Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Conspiracy Monday. I'm David Sponheim. Wow. We got people accusing me of making false claims about people that steal my ideas. I got to tell you, I have absolute proof that my ideas were stolen by Trump. Absolute proof. On redundant servers all the way back in the Netherlands. We've got this dating back to 2009. There's no way they could contest this. We came up with ideas in 2008 that were copied, like the 1,000-mile fence, the ocean pipeline, the mobile medical units. All these ideas were run by Trump. Even the safe zone idea is my idea, and I have proof of it. So all of these ideas that Trump stole from me are now simply not even being implemented. He didn't add mobile medical units to the health care bill that Mitch McConnell is struggling with. There's no mechanism to lower the cost of health care in his bill. That is the mechanism. The mobile medical units lower substantially the amount of money Medicaid and Medicare have to pay out. That's just one start. We also have solid information that Trump is now spending all his time watching television shows about him, like a narcissist would, and tweeting incessantly and making a fool of himself in the process. This man's a tweetaholic, and it's ridiculous. He should have stopped this tweeting a long time ago. And what's worse is he's sending out messages that are indicative of a man who dislikes women, who seems to objectify them. He claimed one woman, Mika Brzezinski, was bleeding from her facelift last week. People are saying this is not becoming of a president. His twittering activity is absurd. It really is. And even China is warning him about the Twitter diplomacy that he's engaged in. It's pissing off people all around the world. And if that's his goal, he's only making a fool of himself, because he's not a dictator. He's not a person who even commands any respect from the American people. He's losing his base because they're finding out that he's a Zionist working for Israel. He's losing the base of people that think that they're going to get anything out of this guy because he's got nothing to deliver. I deliver a great plan to get everybody $400 a month in the U.S. This is something that we're going to deliver in 2021. Anybody who wants to qualify simply by presenting a real birth certificate gets the money per month on an EBT card. It's that simple. You made the crab spinach fettuccine. Cheap, but great. Nice. See what I mean? Yeah. I've been offering people some great opportunities to learn how to cook at affordable rates with ingredients that are very healthy and natural. And you can check out at my website, youtube.com/DavidJohnSponheim, to find out those great recipes, because we do a new one every Thursday. It's like a 1-hour show. I'll give you the link right here if you want to catch it in the Vaughn chat room. Feel free. But this behavior that Trump is engaged in is now being masked over by what appears to be CIA news. CNN and Google are now reporting some really strange things. They're reporting that somehow Trump is grabbing a huge base and they support him and he's a dictator, and somehow, get this, they're repainting the whole thing about how the Russians were obviously involved trying to get Trump's cabinet to remove the sanctions. The story that was pulled from the story that CNN had that was pulled, they're now claiming that it was pulled because its information was incorrect, and that they somehow laid off those 3 reporters. That's what they're reporting in the news, when in fact those reporters resigned because they had every single thing accurate in that story. The Russians were trying to contact Trump for the past couple of years to try to remove sanctions of any kind. We know this for a fact. And now the news is trying to redact this and convert it to their fake news in order to help Trump. Now, why would CNN or CIA News help Trump? Because Jeff Zucker is an Ashkenazi Jew who happens to be working with all the other Ashkenazi media moguls that want to help Trump out, because guess what? Trump is surrounded by Ashkenazis, people that aren't even Jewish. These people call themselves Jewish, and they're giving good Jewish people a bad name. They're not related to Abraham at all. They're just greedy. And they're the kind of people that took over Germany. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. Himmler was an Ashkenazi Jew. All of these people that worked for Hitler were the worst possible people. They're the greediest of all people. That's why they turned against all the common Jewish people and ethnic minorities in that country and killed them. incarcerated them, and killed them. Now the same thing is happening again. They're pooling around. All the reptiles in the swamp are pooling around trying to suck money out of our tax dollar as we decline even farther because we've got a president that is completely mismanaging our budget. Completely. Utterly insane how he's wasting our money. Going to Mar-a-Lago, throwing $1 trillion at the military so we have more weapons of mass destruction. It's pathetic how Donald Trump is engaged like an absolute buffoon in front of the World Theater, turning our country into the laughing mockery of the world. It's sickening. It makes me want to puke. He's channeling his inner Ashkenazi. That's funny, Zellfire. Okay, I think we're done playing Cowboys and Indians, but this is the kind of activity I think Trump should get involved in. There's a gathering in D.C. he could just gather with some little toy soldiers. That would be a lot better, because children shouldn't be fighting wars. And Donald Trump never grew up. This would be perfect for him. I've heard of adults that gather and play war games in motels. Dude, we have a strong army. We spend more money on our military than all the other nations combined. It's unbelievable. Our country is wasting money left and right, and we're showing the world that we're simply the puppet government for the New World Order. They're using us. They're paying for our whores in Congress to do whatever they want them to do. And they'll do anything. These whores in Congress, I mean, my goodness, they'll bend over backwards, grease up, and ask people to do them for $5,000. They'll do anything, whatever you want. You just prime their pocket for re-election, and they're going to do whatever you want. These are the people most likely to be a whore in Congress. Okay, the $400 per month for U.S. adults is coming from a savings plan built into the infrastructure bank. The infrastructure bank that will be actually earning some interest, albeit a small amount, which will also assist in providing the necessary funds for people who have startup business needs, who want a 2% loan. But it's going to be a restructuring of our financials at the executive branch. I don't believe Congress is going to pass this. I don't think they give a shit about you. So I'm putting together a plan to put together an executive trust fund we call the infrastructure bank. And we're going to finance it through that. Good evening, everyone. I know you're all tapped out. Everybody's running out of money. I'm telling you, the whole country is in dire need. And our government's a bunch of idiots. They don't want to even help people in tent cities. Donald Trump doesn't have a plan to help people in tent cities. I do. I already told you the CNN is completely evil. They're beyond fake. So don't even bother with CNN. But Fox, they're also skirting on the CIA list as well. They're just doing what they're told. Most of the people in government and in media are paid pundits. They're simply doing what they're told. I can't, no. We're going to do it by simply beginning the process of breaking down. We played you a video in the pre-show about how our country is not necessarily what you think it is. The United States of America is a different legal entity than the United States. Now, you'd like to believe the United States of America, as written in our Constitution, is a legitimate country. Well, technically, it's a legal term, legitimately allowing the Constitution to function in theory. But in reality, this is not our Constitution. We are functioning under bylaws, like our tax code. And the tax code is serving the United States, a different legal entity. Not the United States of America. It's called the United States. And it's a corporation. And it was established in the Act of 1871 and finally took over control of our financials March 9th, 1933, when the United States of America went bankrupt. Al Jazeera, we don't know what it could be. It could be a CIA PR firm for all I know. But I don't think we could shut it down. I think it's ridiculous to ask to shut any media venue down. Even CNN News, CIA News is going to exist no matter what. The CIA has been monitoring and controlling the media in America for a long time. And this is not just a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy fact. And it became obvious when our Senator Frank Church in the 1970s revealed the truth about what the CIA was doing to control everything in American politics. They plant news stories all over the place. They've been doing it for a long time. Here he is, Frank Church.
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. Now, we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
Okay.
At CBS, we had been contacted by the CIA. As a matter of fact, by the time I became the head of the whole News and Public Affairs operation in 1954, the ships had been established, and I was told about them and asked if I'd carry on with them.
We have quite a lot of detailed information, and we will evaluate it, and we will include any evidence of wrongdoing or any evidence of impropriety in our final report.
Well, the final report was very lax, and they didn't do a lot of follow-up, but we're lucky we even got that much. And in the 1990s, we found out about how MK Ultra was being used by the CIA to create assassins. Many of you who want to research this, look up MK Ultra and 1995 hearings, and you'll hear it's been going on for some time, this entire plan to take over our country and use it as the pawn around the world to control others. We're kind of like the bishop or the rook in a chess game. And they can use Russia too, because they own the oligarchs, these Russian Jews that simply suck up to the hierarchy of the Rothschilds and the Warburgs. These people want more money. They can't get enough. So they're controllable, just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's biggest deficit is he's greedy. I'm not greedy. I have no personal materialistic grain in me. I simply want to do what's best for the country. These people who are in charge right now aren't cut out of the same cloth I'm cut out of. They want money for their own personal gain. I purposely didn't even want kids because I wanted to do this more than that. I don't want to bear the burden of children because it forces you into a grind of making money. I wanted to be free of that, and I did. I insulated myself from the financial constraint that a big family has. The money is enslaving all of you, yet you need it. So you can't say no to it, and I understand that. I don't get angry at people for being personally greedy, but when greed dominates an entire country, and when the greediest people come to the top of the heap, like Trump and his family, we got a problem. A lot of methods have been used to break up that problem, and historically they've failed. Socialism, communism, total failures. Every time somebody tries to gain control of a country, if they're not benevolent, the country falls in the hands of whoever is controlling it, and they just pad each other's pockets. This is a constant problem, and conspiracy theory is built on the theory that their ultimate goal is to win and destroy the population. My power and influence is huge. Now that millions of people are watching, I have a veritable media reach that nobody ever expected I would have. And I value that. But it's only because I've had to fight through a thicket of censorship for the past 9 years that I've been able to cultivate this audience. Now recently, China made a deal giving Trump 38 trademarks to his daughter, Ivanka. One of the trademarks is the Trump escort service. Why would he need a Trump escort service in China? But out of the trade, we have to take in Chinese chicken, which means you could veritably eat Chinese dog or cat and not know it at any place in America. You could have packaged chicken. Recently, they found rat meat, in boneless wings. Don't buy boneless wings, folks. They're rats. But the Chinese dog torture has been going on for some time. It's commonplace in that area. They grab dogs and eat them. There's a dog eating festival here, a Chinese dog eating festival in Yulin.
One animal welfare group calls it the Festival of Cruelty, China's annual dog meat event in Yulin, where thousands of dogs are slaughtered and turned into food. But this year the festival has come under scrutiny. Animal rights groups have sent Beijing authorities a petition with 11 million signatures protesting the event, saying it's cruel. Activists like Yang Yuhua came here to save the dogs, buying them from a breeder for about $8 each.
Dogs are man's best friend, the most loyal friend. How could we eat our friends? You tell me.
The Yulin government has distanced itself from the festival, saying it's staged by private businesses without official backing. Still, vendors hope for good business this year.
Okay, I hope he gets a good business. So now Trump really pissed off China. So I don't see any reason why President Xi Jinping should honor the agreement of allowing Trump's trademarks. He should just say to President Trump, because you sold $1.48 billion in weapons to Taiwan, we are renegotiating the contract. We will no longer accept your trademarks. Screw you. That's what I would do if I were president of China. And then we got to eat Chinese chicken, the Chinese chicken. Yeah, and you all love dogs. I'm not saying all Chinese chicken is dog meat or cat food or cat meat or rat meat. I'm just saying the possibility is enormous. That's one of the reasons why the European Union won't allow any meat exports from the U.S. to arrive their shores. They don't trust the way we treat our downer cows. They have every right to not trust the way we treat our downer cows. They have every right to say no to business. But Trump opening the door to Chinese chicken when we've got Tyson Foods and Springfield Foods, or Springfield is owned by the pork company is owned by the Chinese, but they run their pork operation out of the U.S. So, but if they take that pork and ship it home to China for cutting up and dispersal and then send it back, we don't know if it's not corrupted with Chinese dogs or cats. I think I'm talking about what's going in your mouth, so you're a little bit concerned, aren't you? Thank you. When I talk about what you're eating, you tend to be more interested. I noticed that. That's a good thing. Whenever it hits home, people generally get real serious. And when you love your dog and you don't want to have people eating dogs, they don't want to send chicken into the country with dog meat. We don't need Russian food. We don't need anything from Russia. Russia has an insulated, insular economy. We don't even need to trade with Russia. Donald likes to trade with Russia because he has an open line of credit of $100 million with Russia. How do I know that? Eric Trump bragged about it on a golf course to a couple of guys, and they published all that information. Almost a couple months before the election, Eric Trump was on a golf course bragging to a bunch of guys that the Trump Enterprises has a $100 million open line of credit with Russia. They've been giving Donald all this money to treat him like a honeypot to basically get anything they want. And our government's taking forever to figure this out and impeach this son of a bitch. No offense to your mom, Donald, but you got some issues. I would just resign, buddy. Your best move is to resign to not have to go through the next 6 months of Twitter hell that you're going to go through. Congressional Black Caucus PAC spends big on luxury resorts and restaurants. See how the money corrupts? Doesn't matter who your representatives are. They'll get sucked into the money vortex like no other. Our government doesn't do anything to safeguard against this corruption. We don't track their finances. We don't make sure that none of these people go on big trips, junket trips to various countries, the Bahamas, paid for by corporations. We don't even monitor our own corporate prostitutes that are working in government right now. Well, I had to call somebody. I mean, hey, people have called me worse, I'll tell you. Trump calls people tards all the time. Yeah. What was the most recent? He called a couple people names. I mean, he calls them people all the time. I mean, what are you saying? It's no longer a big deal to call somebody a name anymore, in case you didn't know. Well, I am keeping my composure, but when we're dealing with a man who's willing to degrade women on a daily basis, gets away with unbelievable crimes in terms of negotiating private deals, conflict of interest with his company, Trump Enterprises, and we don't do a damn thing to stop it, it makes me pissed off, and you have every right to be pissed off too. Dave, how do you get those space sounds? Well, I've been getting them through this site right here. Scissor Fight sent me the tab. It's pretty cool. Check it out. There was no kid in the scene. If you could show me the link, that'd be great. I had my Aunt Margaret over, but she's not doing too well. Maybe you saw Aunt Margaret in the background. No, I'm not abusive to mentally ill people. No, not at all. I've never said a bad thing about a mentally ill person. Roger, explaining. We have countdown. So SpaceX is going to be apparently kind of sidelined. They're going to be doing a complete liftoff any day now. Hopefully for 4th of July this will take off. There's one of the SpaceX guys working for Elon Musk.
But we're waiting for just another minute or two to see if we can bring you any information about the hold itself before we end the webcast. So hang in there for another couple of minutes.
Okay, the end of the webcast. They don't know when SpaceX will take off, but we've been funding a dead horse there. I mean, Elon Musk, a guy who claims he smokes crack to stay awake, he twittered that. No, I don't make fun of gay people at all. Never have. I've done some imitation, if that's what you're saying. I've done a couple of imitations, like I pretended to act like Tim Gunn one day, and you know, the guy from Project Runway. Okay, everybody, let's just get together here. Let's make this work. If you'd like to check out the accessory rack, feel free. I mean, that's not making fun of gay people, okay? I don't even know if Tim Gunn is gay. Is he? Latvian girl was most likely a plant from Russia. Right around the time that I started voicing my concerns about Donald Trump 6 months before the election, about how his connection to Russia is pretty obvious, I started getting these contacts from this woman who claimed to be a Latvian girl who really supported me. And here she is. She came in the show and she delivered this message. She seems to be defying my location of her in the show here. Latvian girl, oh, Latvian girl. Here she is. She seemed very nice.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
And then she disappeared. And we never saw her after a couple of weeks there. And then there was another guy on our other Discord network that came in and claimed he vouched for her. And then he also came in and vouched a little later for the Manchester attack, claimed he knew somebody who knew somebody died. And I said, I can't confirm you or her. And that really pissed him off. And then after that, our entire site was hosed for like a week and a half by spammers. So it's very likely that high-level hackers were trying to get close to me and make me, you know, get into some sex chat or some ridiculous thing with her, which I never did. Or get into, you know, some weird scam to make money with this guy, which I never did. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. You better research this a little bit better. You guys who fell for the Holocaust theories, you're on the wrong track. You got to get online to stop the Zionism. You're wasting your time running your mouth off about a Holocaust. You really are. You don't even know that Hitler was an Ashkenazi. His father was Jewish. His mother was his sister. You don't understand anything. You just didn't have the background to understand why Hitler was used. And he was simply a ploy by the big, powerful Ashkenazis at the time, like the Rothschilds. They diverted money to him from J.P. Morgan and other banks. They sent money to Hitler. So Hitler had the funds to rise to power in Germany to do what he did. And it wasn't even his decision to kill the Jewish people. It came from a Muslim. Good evening, Mystify. How are you? She could have been. Yeah, she's very pretty. I mean, you got to admit, a gorgeous woman from Latvia, needs money, willing to do whatever the government pays her to do. I mean, who knows? But I don't believe that she was real, and I believe that the Russians were doing something because they knew that I was on to Russians' control of Trump. And I'm the guy driving this whole thing on a daily basis. His mother was his sister, dude. Research it. You don't know anything about Hitler, do you? You probably think he was some great leader who commanded the German language and was a great speaker. A lot of you believe that crap. Hitler was chosen because he's probably related to the Rothschilds, probably through his father. As an Ashkenazi, he was chosen because he was the loudest person in World War I in the infirmary. Hitler was known as the Screamer. And back when they didn't have megaphones and you couldn't use megaphones to broadcast a lot of distance, they needed a guy with a big voice who could gather crowds of people. It was Hitler. He was a Screamer. That was his nickname. For the entire World War I, they called him the Screamer. I'm not kidding. I wouldn't doubt she's a Ukrainian EU spy. I mean, she's a gorgeous woman. When you think about how somebody could actually be that beautiful, and they're going to be preyed upon by people that manipulate women, especially in the Eastern Bloc countries where women become prostitutes and porno stars at a drop of a hat. Now, I'm not saying she was or is, but she clearly was just a temporary thing. They were putting their feelers out. They're trying to break me down. Now, last week we had a Facebook breach by Russia. We copied it. We took a picture of the screen. It says Russia was trying to hack our Facebook account. I'm not kidding either. I am serious. They know full well that I know that Russia is working for the New World Order, that they've got Trump as a honeypot, and the elitists are controlling him through Kissinger and through Putin simultaneously. So Trump is working for both of these people at the same time. He doesn't even know where his allegiance is. Really, Trump is all about Trump. So Trump will do whatever money comes his way. I mean, he's a guy who simply wants to pat his pocket. They got the greediest guy in the country to be our president. I mean, what does that tell you? I would never employ her, no. She was not a paid actress on my end, no. I'm not ever trying to deceive you. I'm always giving you honesty every night. 100% honesty. Don't kid yourself. These people are aware of my potential, and they don't want me to be successful, or they want to somehow get dirt on me. Put a beautiful woman in front of me and try to get into a private chat and go, oh, Dave, oh, yeah. I'm not going to do it. I'm not foolish. I'm not Anthony Weiner. The fake Russians, look at CNN's fake news. They've already proven that they're working for Trump. What are you, an imbecile? CNN is CIA news, always has been. Now, the plain truth, they caught Chris Christie sunbathing on a closed beach. Here we go. Okay, let's take a look. There he is. He's taking a selfie. Nice. Family on a closed beach in New Jersey. Yeah. They closed the beach just for him. No doubt. Yeah. There he is. There's Chris Christie, everybody. Looking good, Chris. Hey, is there something wrong with people enjoying a day out on the beach with their family? I mean, what's the big deal here? Just because he closed the beach down just for his family doesn't mean, it's abuse of power. He closed the New Jersey Turnpike down. Does that stop him from being governor? I mean, hello? You don't know when somebody's got mob connections? You don't know how that works, do you, huh? Yeah, last Saturday we played a hell of a movie called JFK to 9/11. Everything's a rich man's trick. It's a 3.5-hour movie. Yes, Mark is faking the view counter. Yes, he is. He does that for profit. Okay, let's click on this one. 1.3 miles of the beach. Check this out. This gives you perspective. Chris Christie closed this section of the beach so he and his family could have a little day in the beach. So is that such a bad thing for a governor to do such a thing? I mean, he closed the New Jersey Turnpike because he was pissed off at a competitor. I mean, hello? Chris Crispy. Yes, he's faking my view counter. Misty's here. Who's Joshua? I don't know. In a worrisome move, Kaspersky agrees to turn over source code to the U.S. government. The FBI served papers on Kaspersky recently because they think that they may be involved with the Russian spying that went on during the election, which we know is really true, and even Donald Trump admits that they definitely rigged the election. I am not working for Alex Jones. Max, pull your crap together, okay? Alex Jones doesn't expose Zionism. I do. That's not something you can post here, Big Lebowski. Yeah, you're out of here. Yeah, YouTube has been busted rigging thumbs up count according to Ghost. Thank you, Ghost. You're suing for slander when you're censoring me, Mark? Is that a bit of a ridiculous? Yeah, I can prove that you don't have 318,000 basic subscribers by subpoenaing your business records, Mark. I can prove that you don't have any addresses or email addresses associated with those names. Now, you deny having 318,000 basic VIP users, but how else can you pad your pocket all these years and cover the amount of income you've received? And it's not through advertising. You don't want to go to court with me, Mark. It would be a huge mistake. Every case I've ever been in, I've won or prevailed. DOJ corporate watchdog quits, saying it's impossible to work under Trump. There you go. A corporate watchdog quits. 3 journalists quit, and the news said that they somehow were laid off with false information on the Russians, when in fact they had accurate information on the Russians, and they were literally resigning because of the journalistic integrity was being assaulted by the head of CNN, the Ashkenazi known as Jeff Zucker. Pizzagate, we talk about Pizzagate a lot. Yes, we do, Scooby-Doo. We usually bring up stuff at night about Pizzagate because it is an ongoing investigation on the internet, but our government's not doing diddly squat to investigate this. Now, North Korea is doing what they normally do, which is launching missiles nearing Japanese waters, according to reports. Again, no answers. We just found out that North Korea is sitting on a massive amount of resources. $3 trillion, $4 trillion, $6 trillion in resources. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go. North Korea is sitting on $6 trillion in mineral resources. You can send me any email you want, americasthirdparty@gmail.com, and I'll pass it on to my attorney and he'll serve you. Be aware that much of this activity that you're doing right now, being recorded, if it continues where you're threatening me, it will be considered a stalking behavior, and it's 5-year maximum penalty in Washington. So send me an email and I'll have my attorney serve you. The World Trade Centers were vaporized using a barometric nuclear device. It's pretty obvious that they were vaporized too. They had free fall at the speed of the drop rate of anything. You could drop an apple at the same rate that they dropped. They didn't burn down and tumble. They were literally taken out with a tactical nuke. Yeah, we record all electronic participation here. Diddly squat is different. Yeah. I don't know what the other thing is. Maryland official resigns from Trump voter fraud panel. Apparently there's so much voter fraud, he just resigned. He said, I'm out of here. I believe it. We've got a very corrupt two-party system. There's no doubt about it. I'm just glad I can talk about it. Still, I mean, they haven't stopped the internet. They want to stop the internet. Believe me, the NSA is working on very diligently to turn the internet into an intranet, and I'll tell you how that's going to happen in just a few minutes. Maryland's Deputy Secretary of State has resigned from a controversial Trump administration panel probing alleged voter fraud in last year's presidential election. Yeah, Luis Borunda, a former Baltimore County school board member, informed the Hogan administration Monday that he resigned from Trump's Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, according to Hogan's spokesman. He informed our office he's resigned from the commission, but no word as to why. It's prompted head-scratching in Maryland. Unlike many other states, the Secretary of State's office in Maryland has no role in voter registration or the administration of elections. So we're wondering why he's bowing and bailing from the whole thing. You can certainly try. And once you do serve me, I'll know your name. And then the whole shitstorm comes back on you. Right now, I don't know any of your names. But if you try to sue me, I'll know your name. Good luck with your anonymity under a shielded name of Joe Troll.
Well, we're establishing a suit here named from Joe Troll who's going to sue you in court, sir.
You're right. Once I get your real name, it's done. We're going to go after you for all kinds of things. Stalking, one of them. Fish becoming transgender from contraceptive pills, chemicals being flushed down household drains, everybody. So we've got transgender guppies out there. If you run into anybody, make sure they use the transgender guppy toilet area. That would be very appropriate. Politically correct. A fifth of male fish are now transgender because of chemicals from contraceptive pills being flushed down household drains, and study has suggested. Male river fish are displaying feminized traits and even producing eggs, the study found. Please stop this. I mean, this is insane. Why are we allowing these corrupt, toxic waste scumbags to dominate our country? Why are we letting Monsanto, Dow Chemical, Big Pharma rule our nation? Why don't we grow up and build a political movement to stop these scumbags? Because they can't be buying us off. They will not get into this entire corrected, solution-based political structure. I will not allow financial payoffs. We will set up bylaws to prevent that from happening. You don't get that from the Democratic Republican Party at all. We will not allow payback or pay to play. We won't allow that. It goes on all the time in the Democratic Republican Party. You have been removed. Now, because these people think that censorship is one way to keep anybody down, they will do everything they can to censor us from the political structure. Sarah and I have been diligent about doing the show every night because the internet is a very viable solution to doing this. We don't pay for this signal. It goes on all the time by virtue of the free internet. It's kind of cool. And that's what fears them. They fear us because, not necessarily Sarah, but me, because I have this really strong, hardcore commitment to truth and justice. Not that Sarah doesn't, but I'm a person who really believes that money should not buy politics. Yet you would all sit there and go, yeah, money buys politics. I say we got to stop that, because if we don't stop it now, they will literally get rid of us. They will plan depopulation techniques that will get rid of us. They're already polluting our waterways. They're polluting our air. They're getting rid of us. They're trying to destroy the population, and they even brag about it. All right, Sarah's here. Thank you. So, you got a pin. Oh, wow. That's a beautiful pin.
Okay, I'm here. David can take a little break. I didn't eat my dinner yet because I had a little...
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's no problem. I'm just going to serve up a little bit for myself.
I started getting the hiccups, so I stopped and drank some water.
You don't want to get carbohydrates.
Yeah, I said, I better not eat. I was just about to eat, and then I got the hiccups, and I said, oops, no, better not.
Not a good idea, yeah.
So I drank some water, and now the air is gone.
So not only does Trump not care about the water and the air that we breathe, but he's got a plan to withdraw the clean water rule. It's called WOTUS. Clean Water Act of the United States of America. Yeah, and this basically it's the bare minimum, and it comes from 1972 to keep our waterways clean. He doesn't care. He doesn't care because he's representative of industrial leaders who simply want to control our future. And they don't care about us and what we drink or eat. They really don't. If you think they care about what you eat, then why were they so urgent to get rid of non-GMO labeling or forced genetic modified versus non-genetically modified labeling recently? They don't want you to know what you're eating. But thankfully, non-GMO labeling is allowed, and people see non-GMO food is doing very well in the market. That's why Amazon just bought Whole Foods, but Whole Foods won't commit to non-GMO. So we're wondering if under Jeff Bezos, Whole Foods will commit to non-GMO. That would be a big break. But he knows where the food is and obviously where money is in the future. Obama warns Americans about too much patriotism. That's pretty funny.
That's kind of funny, yeah.
Obama warns Americans about too much patriotism. So we don't know if the food we're eating has been transgenderized. They just reported that 1 in 6 fish are becoming transgender.
Well, especially up here near Hanford. I've heard that before.
Well, no, their contraceptives that people are putting in the drains are ending up in the oceans, and they're preventing fish from having normal cycles of
you look good.
Of gestation. No, I'm just going to step out for a bit. But yeah, in fact, they're seeing male fish produce eggs now. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard similar things about Hanford, like near Hanford, Columbia River. I've heard some things about fish up there. I don't think he knows that ghost. Did somebody tell him? No. He probably wouldn't believe it, you know, these people that get a huge ego. Oh my goodness. Do we think Whole Foods will commit to non-GMO? Not necessarily. I think Trader Joe's has claimed that, but I'm not. But they don't actually. It's funny, they say that, but they haven't actually labeled their packaging with that. Which, I mean, if they put Trader Joe's on all their packaging, how difficult would it be to add non-GMO to all their packaging? Tomorrow I will be here with you, of course. Well, with however many of you actually show up to the show, because there are a lot of non-US people that will want to watch our show. And then after the show, we're going to go and watch the fireworks. Oh, thank you, 588, for your support. I guess that's the right word. Trader Joe's is a British-owned company. I didn't know that. I guess I haven't looked at who owns what. Alright, hello. Hi. I look casual and pretty. Thank you. I don't know. I don't keep track of Connie. Hey Sarah, what do you think about California Democrats not taking up single-payer legislation? I think that they don't want to take up single-payer legislation because it is going to be difficult for the government to administer single-payer education, single-payer health care. Is that what it was? Single-payer legislation, yes. I think it would be difficult for them to administer the health care, considering they already have budgetary issues. Thank you very much. Yes, I did ask Mad Dog to not show that picture. You guys you can put it in PMs. I don't mind that. I just don't really want to see it posted. Thank you. Did I see your video since you redid it? No. Am I Native American? I was born in the United States. I don't believe I wouldn't be Native American on a native tribe, no. However, there's a rumor that I'm related to Red Cloud, but then my grandpa said that's just a rumor. My grandpa has like totally traced his lineage, or he did before he passed away, so I don't think I'm Native American, because he kind of said it as it was a rumor, but it's so funny because then he has a picture of Red Cloud, and my grandpa's nose and Red Cloud's nose look like exactly the same. So, anyway, I think that I don't think we're related, though. I have native hair and eyes, okay. The brown hair and the brown eyes. Unlike Austria. I don't know. I don't really know my roots. Maybe Irish or Scottish or Austrian. I think I'm a little Austrian and French and German, but really, I'm an American. I was born in the deep south of America. Please answer you. No, I'm not going to answer you. Wait for the music after the fade in. Okay. My grandpa was very cool. David said he has Algonquin genes. Yeah. I appear to be Welsh. Yeah, maybe. Why is this map missing in the history books? Oh, this is very cool. Algonquin. Yeah. I thought there was more Algonquin along the coastline too. But that is very cool. I'm going to save that. I'm going to save this picture. I love that, actually. Okay, where am I putting it? I don't want to put it in conspiracies. I want to put it under... That'll work. Okay. Oh, don't eat bananas. You gained weight eating a banana a day. Yeah, East Canada. That's very cool about the Algonquin. I love that map. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to actually also, like, just bookmark it. Let's see if I can bookmark it here. Done. Okay, I'm going to leave it up. Okay. I have never been in a fight. No, like a physical fight? No. An argument? Yes. I did, however, once give my sister a bloody nose. And another time, my friend slugged me really hard. But that's as close to fighting as I've ever happened. And I didn't intend, both of those were kind of unintended. I don't know. The friend, I didn't really like it, but she was saying to, like, my friend was telling me that she saw somebody fighting, and she's like, and then he slugged him like this, and then she slugged me in the arm. I'm like, ow, that hurt. Like, seriously hurt. And then my sister, I was, like, working on rearranging a room, and I was very, very tired and hot, and my sister was, like, sitting next to me, bugging me, like, saying, can we go to the mall? Can you go with me to the mall? Blah, blah, blah. Because we lived, like, near the mall, like, down the street. And I said, no. And then she kept bugging me. I'm like, knock it off. And anyway, I went to go say, knock it off. Like, tap her on the shoulder. But when I went like that, it went into her nose. And then she got a bloody nose. Yes, I often knock out people with my hair. And they'll just go like that. And then it knocks them out. All right. You gave your sister 2 black eyes by swinging the golf club. Oh, man. Yeah, anyway, that's... but I don't... Whenever I want to argue or get into a fight, my mom always... The voice of my mom always comes into my head. And she said, you should refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. Intellectual, whatever, banter, but that's what my mom said. So that was always my comeback to people if they wanted to argue with me. I would say, I refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person, and then they would have no idea what I was saying. Wow. Well, I am so glad that you did not hurt the person. You put somebody in a chokehold, though. Like, were they going to physically hurt someone else? I'm not calling anybody anything, 602. Because obviously you and I are fighting or about to fight, so no. I know, my mom was is kind of a sweet person. She's still here. She's very sweet. And my mom's voice is always that. That's like the biggest advice my mom gave me. That and consider the source. Meaning, like, you know how all these people, like, oh goodness, gossip? And she'd always say, consider the source. If you're just listening to a bunch of gossip, then, what's the point? And then my dad would say, Sarah, you can do anything you want in this life, but you have to be willing to accept the consequences of your action. So, I was never a deckhand on an Alaskan crab boat. That seems like extremely dangerous work, and I have to say thank you to all of the crab fishermen out there. I guess that's what they call them. Because I totally love crab, and I totally respect your occupation. I know I couldn't do it, and I just totally commend you. Thank you. Well, and I didn't even mean to. I was just like that, like just a whip of my hands, and anyway. You've lost every fight you've been in, so you hire people to fight for you. Oh man, Vincolitis. But sometimes it's just like really your perspective of the people. Like, are they worth fighting for? Like, fighting over or anything like that? I don't cry about anything. Alright. You didn't want to fight, the guy charged at you, so you just like maneuvered and put him in a chokehold. Yeah. Well, that's... Oh, he was drunk. Yeah, sometimes people get their courage at the bottom of a bottle, and it's like, what's with this with alcohol? It's just so... I'm so glad that I don't drink alcohol, and I'm so glad that David doesn't drink alcohol. Oh my goodness. Sarah, how do you avoid eating eggs, since eggs seem to be one of the favorites of David's? Number one fan, David. I'll eat eggs sometimes. I actually do eat eggs, and David makes me eggs, but it's just not my favorite. And it's kind of like, I'll tolerate it. I'll tolerate eggs. No, well, I'm like naturally a cold person. Like, I tell you, I don't have a thermometer for my hands, but I tell you, my hands right now are probably about 50 degrees, my fingertips. Like, my hands get really cold. Should put them on my stomach. That'll warm them up. So that's why I like wear, you're right, why do I wear sweaters and long sleeves in summer? And I know, I'm like, I'm so weird that I do this, but this is what makes me feel comfortable, is a sweater. Like, this is not a thick sweater either, obviously, but I'm like, but if I wore anything, there was like one moment today when I was wearing this sweater that it was like, oh, it's kind of hot. Maybe I should take this sweater off. And that lasted for like a minute, and then I like, no, actually I'm comfortable in the sweater. Oh, why was the college kid like hanging out on your property? Did he have a party or something, Lacaderm? You can make a broccoli casserole. That would give you a whole new meaning about eggs. Oh, I was like getting excited when you said broccoli casserole because I thought you were going to do like broccoli and macaroni cheese and like some cheese. And what goes in your broccoli casserole? Because I do have to say, I do like broccoli and cauliflower in eggs, but usually I don't. Usually I don't like it. I know Sarah usually wears a jacket in the winter. This is her summer attire. I'm pretty covered and respectful. No, this is not a thick sweater either, and it's not 90 where I'm at. It's, well, maybe it's like 70-ish outside. But then David like closes the curtains and keeps it cool in here. Sarah, if you work out, then you have a higher body temperature. Do you fast often? I did do a mini fast last night, not really. I don't think I would really purposefully make a broccoli omelet, but I'll eat a broccoli omelet if it's made. I should be, that's my problem, is I haven't been working out. You already hear fireworks, I'm sorry. I'm not showing my ankles. I'm wearing full-on socks, and that's it. You like the bumps on my sweater? Oh, here? Like, I don't know what bumps you're referring to. The design on my sweater? Because, ow. That was weird. My knee. Anyway. It is a little different. Actually, I do have to say, today I hadn't been working out. And today I did some crunches. And I also swam for 30 minutes in David's swim spa. So I'm starting to work out more. Because I knew I was kind of getting lazy. Oh, I'm sorry, Mad Dog. I didn't play your video, I'm sorry. The new has worn off of Mad Dog. I hate when the new wears off. Yeah, it's up to women. It's strange to see me with no necklace. I have been wearing necklaces lately, that's true. But oftentimes I don't wear a necklace. The shoes, Uggs. I don't have Uggs per se, but I do have a shoe that's similar to Uggs, like an Uggs knockoff. You wish you could share a workout? You work out a lot? There's this, so if you have Roku, there's this thing called Sarah Fit or something like that. And she has these little workouts, and she's pretty. Actually, I should do that. All right. Yeah, I usually wear like a choker necklace. I should go get mine. It's in my jacket. Sarah, I love your voice. You get kind of confused when explaining things. I know I have the female tendency of like asking questions, turning every statement into a question, they say. Anyway, that's a female attribute. And where did I read about that? I don't know, but it's in one of my, I think in one of my college textbooks. No, actually I remember where it was because I was looking at the notes the other day. It was in my linguistics class that I learned it in college, that women, they either make it sound like a question or they add a question to the end. Like, the movies would be nice, do you think? Like, they add a question and it's like to defer to the guys or even with their friends, it's like testing other people's opinions. It's kind of weird, and women do it without thinking about it. Thinking before you speak is such a good quality, and I would love to do that, and I do usually do that, except when I'm on the show, because David says I always have to, I can't leave any blank space. Okay, futurism.com. That's hilarious. Scientists have developed a way to immobilize and store radioactive waste for millions of years, and Dr. Meow puts, it's a cheap way to build the Mexico border wall. I haven't been wearing turtlenecks for the summer. I purposely try to avoid those during the summer, but because it is the summer. I don't, Bangalitis. Other women might. I've been told I'm different than other women, so not by other women though, just by men. Well, mainly David, but I don't know how much experience that is. And anyway, but I don't take that long to get ready. I take maybe 15 minutes tops to get ready. And obviously tonight I'm not even wearing any eyeshadow. I did put on a little bit of cover up, but that's it. I don't think I would do that 137. I'm a little more modest than that. One nuclear site in southeastern Washington processed some 56 million gallons of radioactive waste alone. And they are talking about, I've heard of this, about creating the glass with radioactive waste. However, the glassing project has kind of been vitrification. From what I heard, it was shut down because the guy that first proposed it actually kind of was questioning it. He's like, hey, I just put this forward as a conjecture or a theory. I didn't think that you guys would actually would go about it. Anyway. Thank you, 717. Oh, yes, I have behavior. Fun times. So lovely and beautiful. One of the best things for me. All right, you hurt your neck, your back. Oh my goodness, that must be bad. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, Young Cons? You want me to visit a site called youngcons.com? Confident and cocky are two different things, yes. Yes, sure. You can think I have old skin. That's fine. Oh, the glassing vitrification is a French technique used since 1970, but new for Americans. It's called the The Hague Processing Center. Okay, La Hague. Oh, probably not behavior. Probably not. I'm too modest for that. Mad Dog, I still love you like I used to. Maybe even more so. Don't I have your video? Where is it? No, I don't have your video though.
The Vice President, we do it without space. The Vice President, we do it without space.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I was hanging out Zillfire. I will do trivia on my next roundabout.
Yes.
My next round. Go around 8 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, trivia is coming next time. We can't always give you trivia on cue. Sorry.
Okay.
Kind of look like Charlie Brown in the top. You know, it has that kind of Charlie
It is
Brown.
like a Charlie Brown top. That's true.
Yeah.
I'm kind of funny. People are like, Sarah, why are you wearing a sweater in the summer? And I told them,
yeah.
If you feel my fingers,
Yeah,
they're
cool.
50 degrees or something.
Yeah, she has some cool fingers, and
so
she needs warmth.
when I wear, it's like, this is what makes me feel comfortable. I'm like, maybe for like 1 minute today, I was like, oh, it's kind of hot. I should take off my sweater.
Really?
That lasted for about a minute.
Yeah, we're getting very nice weather in the Pacific Northwest. Very nice.
Yeah, we had some good shopping deals for the 4th of July. David and I actually went shopping.
Yeah.
It was fun.
So we're looking at 99 cents a pound for organic chicken legs.
Chicken legs,
yeah.
Yes.
So Buzz Aldrin was hearing Donald Trump talk about the space program today, and this is what his reaction was. Listen to this.
Homeland security is going to be a very big factor with respect to space and space exploration. At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space? The Vice President will say, how did we do it without space? The Vice President and security is going to be a very big factor with respect to space and space exploration. At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space? The Vice President will serve as the Council's chair. Several representatives of my administration will join him, including Secretaries of State. How did we do it without space? The Vice President, we do it without space.
Without space.
The Vice President, we do it without space.
I think we've seen enough of that. Okay.
He looks like so worried.
He looks worried that Donald Trump's even speaking. He looks worried.
It's like, obviously this guy hasn't been told the secret. No, just kidding.
Well, or something. He knows something we don't know. Buzz Aldrin
Or
knows.
was it, how do you do space exploration without space?
Yeah.
Was that the question?
That was the question, yeah. I mean, and he said, how would we ever do it without space? It's like Buzz Aldrin is being average or above average intelligence, obviously said. I know.
I would probably do that too if I was listening to how do you do space. Exploration without space.
Hey, you the one. Hello.
I would just start laughing.
I know. LMAO on that one, yeah.
Yeah, he did have that Von Hilton, like, what?
Okay, somebody said here, David, I tried to use your methods of nonviolence today. I was attacked by a neighbor college kid who was drunk and had to put him in a chokehold, but I never once hit him. That's pretty cool that you managed to restrain him who was attacking you. Yeah.
That's good.
All right, thank you, Sarah, for coming in. I'll switch chairs with you here.
You're not switching.
I know, I'm switching
right?
position. All right. Silly. All right. He's not stupid, I'll tell you. Buzz has got a lot of things going on. It's kind of amazing how much he looks like me, too. It's kind of uncanny. What do you mean I don't work? I work all the time, I just don't get paid for it. You know, I can't twist my head that far over. Or can I? Yeah, well, I do. If you look at the show as work, 5 p to 2 a.m., 6 days per week, that's pretty intense, yeah. No question about it. I guess we've done a little Buzzheim look-alike. Yeah, that was good. And gosh, we got so many people that are just absolutely anxious to talk to us over at Periscope. Oh, I forgot to tweet. You see, it doesn't help if I don't tweet on Periscope because I have a lock on my Twitter account, which kind of sucks. Well, it's all about working for the man, psychobehavior. You don't have to work for the man if you have independent businesses. Closing down audio. We are back up and running. Thank you very much, and thanks for listening to our show. We are up constantly every day doing shows to give you the kind of interaction you need.
America's Third Party has been running campaigns since 2008 for the presidency, and we've taken on some amazing challenges. We've even had to craft TV spots just to deal with these challenges, like this one.
The Vice President, we do it without space. The Vice President, Poland security is going to be a very big factor with respect to space and space exploration. At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space? The Vice President.
Okay, so we did Mr. Right for you. Thank you. I've been working on music to just kind of add spice to the show, but I haven't yet revealed some of the new stuff, so I'm still kind of putting it all together for you guys to download. I haven't quite gotten to that point yet. We're doing it live here at Periscope, which is nice. Thank you so much. It is not gay, dude. Your heart stops to beat, yeah. I do not drink necessarily GMO coffee. This was handcrafted by the Rothschilds. Most of my coffee is coming from the organic Rothschilds farm in Ohio. Yeah, can you believe it? There's a guy named Rothschild who started a farm in Ohio. It's not the Rothschild family, no. I will show you the family farm in Ohio. They have a website. It's an organic farm too, and they take in properly handled coffee beans from organic sources. Yes, I was quite surprised. I saw this stuff on sale for next to nothing. That's weird. I guess it's not really it's a historic farm, but it's not really listed. Oh well. Yeah, it's so strange. Yeah, it's not even listed. That's so weird. Well, anyways, it exists. I bought some half cooked. Actually, it was pretty affordable organic coffee beans. I don't lie. I can show you the bag if you want. Want me to go get the bag? It's big money, yeah. I don't work for the Rothschilds, no. No, I'll show you the coffee I drink. Let me bring you a little break, and I'll show you what they're producing. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to think people are lying to you all your life, man. Then you'll never believe anything. It seems like you have no faith in anything. I mean, it's like you believe Trump. You do, don't you? You believe Jeff Sessions when he says he doesn't like marijuana.
My view is that crime does follow drugs. In the 70s and 80s, we saw so many lives destroyed by drug abuse. And I think the drugs today are more powerful, they're more addictive, and they can destroy even more lives. Young people have their lives destroyed. I, as you know, am dubious about marijuana. As states, can pass whatever laws they choose, but I'm not sure we're going to be a better, healthier nation that if we have marijuana being sold at every corner grocery store. I just don't think that's going to be good for us, and we'll have to work our.
I disagree. I think it'd be very good for economies of California, for instance. Jeff Sessions, you are so out of it, it's unbelievable. Hey, let me show you this amazing coffee I picked up from the Rothschilds. I mean, I didn't realize that these are unrelated to the Rothschild family, but Robert Rothschild's farm had this fresh organic coffee for amazingly $2.99 for a container of this. So I bought a few. Yeah, so I'm drinking very good sourced coffee. The Robert Rothschild farm carefully selects Arabica beans from finest growing regions in the world to deliver superb quality and taste. The Arabica beans are grown, picked, ground, and sealed at their peak to ensure freshness. Ooh. It makes me sick to think I'm drinking the Rothschilds, but it's not the same company. It's not a different name entirely. He added an S somewhere in here. So it's probably one of those made-up names. Who knows? It is. Oh, please don't call me that. You hurt my feelings. Oh, no. Oh, please don't hurt my feelings. Everything I eat on sale. That's how I remain so wealthy. Oh, yes, you're as wealthy as you think you are. If I abdicated all of my wealth and chose to live in poverty, I would still live in this beautiful home, this modular home in Washington. David Lee Rothschild, myself. I'm not a big Anderson Cooper guy. I think he's way overrated. I think there's a lot of people like Don Lemon that needs to be, there's a lot of competition out there for these people and these jobs. But they keep the same guys in there because they're suck-ups. I've got some green crap in my dentures. Okay. Thank you. I feel Trump would weaponize the war on drugs against liberal revolutionaries, seize their money, car, and home, and let them sit the revolution in a jail cell. So you think Trump should put Quaaludes in their drinks like Bill Cosby allegedly did with women? What's your trip, man? You want to hurt people? Are you violent? You came to the wrong room, Frankenstein. You espouse all these violent tendencies, man. People don't even understand you. They don't even get your whole trip. Yes. Well, you shouldn't want liberals in jail. They have the right to freely speak on the issues. You're wrong in trying to tell liberals they can't speak out on issues. Oh, I don't believe Trey Gowdy would stand a chance. He's too much of a stiff, a square. He's one of them jarheads that can't even make up a decent argument to put Hillary Clinton in jail. How can you stand there and support Trey Gowdy when this jarhead can't even deliver prosecutorial criminal cross-exam? He would fail in a courtroom, sir. He would not do well as an attorney. He can't use a mind to focus. He let her rant on with the same response for 12 hours in response to the Benghazi hearings. Trey Gowdy, what a joke. Jarhead. I didn't say Jew, sir. And I would appreciate it if a lot of you anti-Zionists would stop being anti-Semitic. Thank you. Big difference. Zionism is Israel trying to dominate the world. Being anti-Semitic is only hurting good Jewish people who are just trying to get by. I mean, it's like you're coming on hard against Jewish people when they're unwitting dupes to the Zionism that's going on around them. All right. Oh, Jojo, we had to get rid of you tonight. Sorry. Bye. Yeah? Well, we've got glyphosate dumped everywhere, and now Trump wants to continue this process. He supports Monsanto. He supports pesticides. Trump is all about supporting industrial destruction of our environment. He is the least environmental president we've ever had. And I'm including Ronald Reagan, who took out the solar panels that Jimmy Carter put in the White House. Nancy, could you get rid of those solar panels? What do they have them there for? Low-cost energy. This is the White House. We don't need solar panels. You can imagine how that went. Where did those White House solar panels go? I mean, somebody's sitting in their garage with these panels that were on Ronald Reagan's White House at one point. Thank you. Freedom of speech started when you stopped slandering me. As soon as you started slandering me, buddy, you were taken out of the show. You have just been muted from the show, and if you ever say that again in this room, if you ever try to say the words assassination in our show, you will be banned from our show. And this is the last warning to you, Frank. Yeah, you've been muted. Don't ever put those words in our chat room. You just shat on our chat, buddy. And don't even think that you can get away with that crap. Okay, we've been through a lot already. Gosh, Facebook can track your browsing even after you logged out, according to a judge saying. So they can track your browsing history even though you logged out of Facebook. Isn't that unbelievable? They're defining laws as they go along, and the judges are idiots. They're like, oh, I don't know. Okay, Facebook knows how to handle the internet. No, so you're slandering me. That's slander. It's not protected under free speech, sir. No, it was not an act of opinion. It was an act of slander. Let's not mince words here. If you want to come back, I'll bring you back. You want me to unban you? All right. This is your last warning. Dummenstein is an idiot. Okay, I've unbanned you. There you go. Hope you feel better. Didn't want to ruin your evening. I want to make sure that a child who has every opportunity to survive can do so. And if we limit abortions to the first trimester, we'll be better off. Yeah, but I agree with Roe v. Wade. We've got a situation on our hands where they've continued to deny women the rights to do what they want to do with their bodies. So if we criminalize it again, we will see all these backdoor abortion clinics turn up, and women will die as a result of it, and their babies will die too. So the more adoption options that we have for kids, more preventable birthing. Obviously, contraceptives works if people deploy the contraceptive as opposed to not using it. But let's face it, unnecessary abortions have gone on where kids have died from torture. I mean, I can describe many abortion clinics where they go in and set third trimesters and take forceps and crack the skull of the baby, put a blender in the mom's uterus and start blending it and sucking it. You were a baby fetus at one time. You don't want to have a blender cut yet. So basically, when a child reaches the age of 3 months, or right before that, about 15, some people are saying 15 weeks is a good point, but the fetus is no bigger than that, and the cerebrum has not formed. So the pain centers don't even exist in the child, allegedly. Now, it is not above my pay grade. I'm more than willing to talk about this, unlike many other people, but when you look at conception being the origin of life, anytime between conception and 3 months, there are no pain centers for the child. So that opens up the opportunity of a 15-week abortion law or a 20-week abortion law like the one that John Kasich put together in Ohio. So that's one option for a lot of states. But I'm very upfront about that. So I'm definitely in the middle on this issue. I don't care for children right now, but I would like to build a really nice modern orphanage starting in Long Island, New York. We want to take care of that area because it's ripe with CPS workers that are giving pedophiles, who are called foster care parents, children to molest. So what I want to see is modern orphanages that are state-of-the-art. Kids have cubicles of their own that they can live in privately, and there will be motion detectors so no two people can be in any one room, only one person per room. And these rooms will be private. You won't be able to get on top and look in, and there won't be any correct. Ultimately, what's happening is kids are vulnerable. They're not protected, and when they get into the foster care system, they're immediately put into a very, very corrupt system. And I believe CPS is corrupt. I believe as president, we've got to phase out CPS as it is and come up with a better solution that is safe for kids, because I don't think kids are safe right now. I would not want to murder children, no. But if a mother chooses to commit the heinous act of abortion, then let her make that decision. Under Roe v. Wade, we are still working with that decision. It's not going to reverse anytime soon. I doubt Gorsuch is going to reverse the Roe v. Wade decision. Did you hear he tried to make it so that gay couples don't get the same adoption rights as heterosexual couples? It's still passed under the liberal judges, but it really is kind of ironic that Gorsuch he's sucking so bad it's unbelievable. He never would have become one of our Supreme Court justices if Elizabeth Warren hadn't caved in. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Elizabeth Warren, I think, has dirt on her regarding her Cherokee past, and even the elder tribal leader in the Cherokees has said we want you to get a DNA test. So I think somebody said, "Hey, Elizabeth, either you vote for this or Donald's going to make you get a DNA test." Seriously, that's how they got Gorsuch through, and he sucks. He's really not the best choice. He used to have, when he was in the university, he started a club called Fascism Forever. Can you imagine? We've got a Supreme Court justice who supported a club called Fascism Forever. Sucking. You hear that sucking sound? Those are your dollars being sucked out of your pocket. Okay, so we're done with Facebook, monitoring our daily activities, and now being able to watch us while we go off the Facebook account. Nice. And this came in earlier. A Democratic bill is laying the groundwork to remove Trump from office. House Democrats are on a mission to educate the American people about a little-known power of the 25th Amendment, the ousting of the president. Led by freshman Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, a group of growing Democratic co-signers has put forth a bill that could force Donald Trump from office if he were found mentally or physically unfit. So Donald, you better start taking your ginkgo biloba and staying away from fast food. You may have to take a physical pretty soon. A gender unknown baby registered. There's a gender muddle here. A newborn baby may be the first to be registered gender unknown, because its mom insists it's only the tot can decide what sex it wants to be. Corey Dottie, who identifies as a non-binary trans person, wants Canadian authorities to issue a non-gendered birth certificate for her 8-month-old child. There's Katie now. Katie's a little unsure as to what she or he wants to be. Canadian Corey Dottie, who's a mustache and claims to be neither male nor female, has been fighting to keep Cyril Attlee's gender off government records since giving birth last November. So she is giving birth, and there's a little baby blur image is the name. Gender non-specific blur image. So you see what we have here? We've got trannies wanting to have non-gender babies, and then you've got people wanting to have a necessary abortion prior to 3 weeks or 3 months. And making sure that it's a minimal abortion. It's not like a major deal. It's not like surgery. Which do you want? More tranny mommies? Or do you want less babies who are unwanted? You decide, you pro-lifers. Seriously. Less unwanted babies or more mommy trannies? Mommy trannies for number 1. And number 2, less babies who are unwanted. Want more mommy trannies. There you go. Whatever. It doesn't even matter. I mean, little she is going to grow up to be a wonderful man-woman. I mean, it's just semantics at this point, really. I mean, as soon as the government starts regulating this stuff, forget it. When you force states to have tranny bathrooms like they do in Oregon, no, I don't have contempt for pro-lifers. I'm just saying if you pro-lifers want more kids, have them. And I might want to remind you, make sure that you have plenty of adoption agencies in your area, especially Christian Baptist churches. Many of them need to be supportive of the mothers who are wayward, who don't have the options of adoption. So yeah, I'm all for you guys having adoption agencies and really pick it up, you Christians. And you pro-lifers, don't get me wrong. But let's not stand in the way of the Roe v. Wade decision right now, okay? We can make a modification, and that's the first trimester law, if that passes. So this is pretty good French vanilla. I would like to congratulate the Robert Rothschild farm in making the most exquisite $2.99 12-ounce package I've ever had. Absolutely fabulous. Okay. Well, dude, I'm telling you, when I found out, thank you, when I found out that I could have my own opinion, I decided to have my own opinion on this. If I personally had a baby, if she was pregnant, I would not want her to abort the child. I would not. But if your family was burdened with a tremendous problem and one of your children, or say your sister, got knocked up by some rapist in the area, and they did an amniocentesis on her and found out that the child was 99% going to be Down syndrome. I mean, seriously, and you're in your first trimester, you wouldn't offer abortion to that sister of yours who was raped? Come on. You people on the right can't be that inflexible. I mean, I know people on the right who actually believe that we should allow machine guns to be handed out and RPGs to be handed out at our local gun stores. Now, machine guns, automatic weapons are still not allowed, but they want that. And they also can't understand why a person who's mentally ill and threatened to kill somebody can't have a weapon. This is the problem with the extreme right wing that Donald Trump represents. I don't believe it is. In no way do I believe that a person who's mentally deranged, who's threatened to kill himself, is legally able to have the same rights as you have in attaining a weapon for your own self-defense. If a person outright uses a weapon in a capital offense and they've been charged with a crime and then they want to get a weapon, they shouldn't be allowed to get a weapon. Sorry. Number one, their rights have been suspended due to their actions, their criminal actions. Simple as that. Wait, so the sister was raped and the kid was going to have Down syndrome. Yeah, and it's right before the first 15 weeks. And you just found out that the child is going to have Down syndrome and your sister was raped and she doesn't want to keep the child. What are you going to do? This is a question for pro-lifers. You can't restore rights after a sentence is complete. You'd have to go through probation period. Look, if you restored the rights to all the people that served their time, there's an entire island off the coast of Tacoma with 250 pedophiles, extremely dangerous pedophiles that are just serving probation out on an island in a prison. If you restored their rights, they'd be back in the community molesting children tomorrow. And we pay a lot in Washington to keep the McNeil Island facility going, to keep people safe from these people. If I had my way, I'd institute a 3-strike law against rape and molestation. 3 strikes and you get the death penalty. That's because I really don't like what's happening with children being abused in our country by these types of people. And the return to this particular act is quite common. The recidivism rate is about 67% that I've noticed. 49 to 67% recidivism rate. That's what we know. What we don't know is what these people are doing when they get out secretly that they're not being nabbed for and taken back in. All right. So you're watching Playing Payday on my time? Okay. Believe me, I'm the first to agree that guns should be to protect the people against a tyrannical government. I don't disagree there. But you don't need automatic weapons or RPGs to defend against a tyrannical government. Frankly, most of the people in America are so well armed that the police are scared shitless they could ever come into our homes. Believe it or not. Most of the police that are actively trained in America are not quite fully ready to handle an uprising or any civil unrest of that nature. And even if they did have heavier duty units going door to door, it still couldn't combat the unbelievable firepower this country has and should have. And I'd like to be the first to say to everybody that I want to thank the NRA for raising my status from C- to B+. I really do appreciate that. I will not implement gun control in America. And it's a waste of time. We've got other issues to deal with. My goodness. I mean, you got people showing up at your curb homeless now when you go downtown to go, shopping with your family. I don't know if the riots are even real, Zellfire. So far, I've seen a lot of fake riots all around the country. I know a lot of people did gather in St. Louis or Ferguson and Baltimore, but a lot of those people were paid rioters that were given money by George Soros to create a riot. When you look at it, the American people are so heavily fluoridated with the water that they have, the fluoride in their water. 67% of our country is fluoridated. That's an interesting stat. Banning bullets isn't really the answer either. Educating people on gun safety, not in a mandatory way, but just making sure people understand the dangers. And we can sell more weapons that are tagged with RFID. There's a weapon on the market you can get with a ring. That if you're not wearing the ring, the RFID ring, you can't shoot the weapon. It's very safe technology. Very safe. But it's not seemingly growing. People could use this with handgun purchases. But we're not going to stop the handgun industry. It's a huge industry in America, and there's no way we should. We have to be very realistic. I do believe in the verification process could be easy and seamless and free. And I believe that the government could provide a software, or rather a website, through the FBI or the FBI's NICS program could check people instantaneously. Right now, it takes about 10 minutes when you get your gun store calling up, but it could be an online interface that could be free. And then you would know at a gun show if you have a green light or a yellow light or a red light. A green light means make the sale. A yellow light means wait and apply for the sale to go through a better check process. So a person would then give their information, put a deposit on the gun, and they'd wait. A red light would be you cannot sell this gun to this guy. Say, I'm sorry, but I can't sell this gun to this guy or whoever's buying it. Yeah. When Obama was president, Republicans were buying guns. Now Trump is president, the Democrats are buying the guns. Well, it really, we're being played with the two parties back and forth on this issue. Exactly. It takes a person to fire a gun. It can't fire itself. Dave, 6 watching after dinner at a Feng Shui retreat in Boston. Wow. Good for you. I love Boston. I used to spend my youth traveling around Boston, Revere. My family came from Boston. My great relative was one of the second boat to arrive in the New World on the Planter, the one right after the Mayflower. And my family rooted themselves on my mother's side in New England, and their name actually was very well known. Hey, hello, Times Square. We love New York, too. New York turned out to be a better city, ironically, after Giuliani did his thing. So that's a good thing. But I can't say that 9/11 was a good thing. And whatever Giuliani knows about 9/11 is still very much up in the air in my mind. I still don't even know if Trump was knowledgeable about the event. I can tell you that we do need to do another investigation because what we have is an incomplete picture of what happened. We never found the perpetrators who killed all those people that died in 9/11. We never found the actual perpetrators. So there's an open investigation. We need to continue it. Well, the microchip is on the finger, and the gun will not release unless the microchip is within a couple inches of the trigger. So this will prevent a kid from getting a hold of the weapon and having a misfire. That's one of the biggest concerns about weapons, is kids getting a hold of them. All right. So we got a lot of people in favor of our government's current positions on that. Talked about a couple of things I haven't mentioned, and I want to make Conspiracy Monday really should discuss Pizzagate. And a famous actor has come forward and made some comments that really has awakened the media. And in America, the media, the living media, is really the blogosphere. You will not hear this on CNN. But Brad Pitt is making his voice known about the situation. And I'll give you the link to this. And I'll read a little bit excerpt from what he said. This movie star speaking out against pedophile rings. And following the recent spate of pedophile arrests in California, movie star Brad Pitt has revealed the true depths of Hollywood pedophilia in a shocking expose. As a 30-year seasoned veteran in the movie business, Pitt speaks about his experiences after witnessing the dark side of the entertainment industry firsthand. Mr. Pitt describes how the whole TV and film industry is run around a culture of grooming children for child trafficking networks that reach across the United States and beyond, into the upper echelons of the political spectrum and social hierarchy. And he goes on to say, you think Hollywood is about making movies? That's just a byproduct. It's about money and, more importantly, power and control. The people who run Hollywood also run America and most of the world, and they don't care about movies. So this guy really went on a limb and talked about how kids are lured into making movies. And usually some of the mothers are crazy and are willing to get their kids into movies so bad that they'll let it, turn a blind eye to pedophilia. This is a real serious problem. And when Brad Pitt did this to reveal this, he's stepping out of a box that's very dangerous. But he himself said he's not naming names because he doesn't want lawsuits. Pesticides really are decimating the honeybee pollinators by killing workers and queens. Natural News has this story about You're playing your cast at Dodgers game, 7th inning? You're kidding me, really? Well, this is a revolution, man. The voter revolution. Isn't that wonderful? Many of us are wondering why the honeybee population is dropping dramatically worldwide. It is because glyphosate, the #1 ingredient in Roundup, actually prevents the memory synapses of the bee from remembering what it's doing. It scrambles their brains, so they don't even remember that pollination is what they need to do. They had it coming. Beekeepers weren't too surprised when studies came out and confirmed that neonic pesticides were killing worker and queen bees. So this is another aspect, not only glyphosate, but pesticides. 25% of bees that were exposed to high levels of neonic pesticides lose their lives. Yep. So what is the government doing about it? Nothing. And why do we need a third party? Because we're the only ones that are going to stand up to this powerful industry of pesticides and herbicides. I used to run a business where I promoted organic food and marketed it across the LA, Los Angeles region. And I did a mass marketing mailer to many, many major box stores like Safeway. And I was very, very pleased to hear back from a couple of them, and they actually integrated organic food in their lineup because of my letter. But I can tell you that this is a long-term thing to stop the dangerous industrial polluters. These are the people that, like Monsanto and Dow, that were making chemical weapons in the 1940s. And that's why we need to stop them, because they never wanted to stop making money. It's like addicting. So they kept making pesticides. Power J has a story about Muslims, okay? The dangerous Muslims in the world. Making America Muslim, all American, okay. Well, I have to join Facebook for that. Hey, Dave, you got a second to talk about chemtrails outside my house? Yeah, sure, Miney Grow, sure. Many of you don't know about the chemtrails that are constantly dumping in our faces. We talked about the constancy of the chemtrail thing that's going on. What better than to show you a picture of this type of thing? No, I did not use the N-word. I've never used the N-word. God. Hey. So we look at the chemtrails that are being sprayed on a daily basis above us. This is a time-lapse photography image of chemtrails being dumped on the skies above us at various locations, and a lot of video footage exists of this. We know that this is a chemical drop. NASA scientists have even admitted to it. Yeah, we've even talked about why ISIS doesn't attack Israel, because ISIS stands for the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. We know that. Thanks. Thanks for clarifying. I've told you about 40 times in my show that same thing, so it doesn't surprise me. Here's a NASA scientist that actually admitted to dumping lithium on people's heads.
Right. There was lithium dispersed, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it. I think you might be under some misconceptions about what we're doing, but I'm happy to tell you any details needed.
Well, I know that it says in your article that you're doing it for communications.
Okay, I'm happy to talk to you more about it. There are many reasons we're doing it.
Okay.
We don't understand how the wind in the upper atmosphere moves. In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. The wind blows them around. They glow either on their own or from scattered sunlight. We take pictures and we can see how the wind trail moves around.
Yeah. Just like keep getting bigger. Like, wow.
So he just admitted that chemtrails being dumped on your head. That man, that scientist at NASA. Is that some crazy stuff? I mean, When you get public officials admitting that they're dumping chemicals, lithium, which is a Class D birth control warning to women having babies. They shouldn't be breathing lithium, and they're dumping it all across various areas to test the wind. The audio is up and running. Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't have a wig maker. This is my real hair. And as far as a dentist is concerned, I have a really great dentist. In fact, I saw the dentist today. I'm not out of touch with comments like that. No, not at all. No, you're accusing me of being something I'm not. I'm going to mute you. As far as going to the dentist, though, I saw my dentist today. It cost me like $400. No, I do not believe the earth is flat. That's a lie. Yeah, it's very costly dental work, but, you know, he repaired 2 teeth. And I had a couple cavities in the back here. And he said, you know, we caught him in time. You don't have to go through a major, you know, root canal, which costs like, what, $900 to $1,300 now for a root canal. $400, yeah. It's the most expensive thing ever is dental work, relatively speaking. A lot of you don't go to doctors, so when your dentist calls you, you know, if you don't have a Delta dental plan or something like that that covers 50% of the cost, it can get very expensive. Yeah, I know. I don't want to spend it, but do I want to sit there in pain? It's really good show we're having today. I've been drinking more of this vodka to deal with the pain. Well, if I could just get a plier, I could yank it out. My grandfather never went to a dentist. Never. He yanked his teeth out with pliers and vodka. I'm not kidding. Dentists are pretty amazing that they can pull this off. I'd like it to be $50 a tooth, not this ridiculous $200 a tooth. Okay. U.S. sanctions Chinese bank for links to North Korea, so we're finding out if North Korea and Chinese bank are working directly. Dave, my girlfriend thought that a third party was impossible till you came. Well, thank you. That's a really nice compliment, 985. And congratulations on your 30-pound weight loss. Hey, Sir Waffles. Welcome. Sir Waffles is in. We don't talk about other people in the show who are obsessed with the show. This woman who's obsessed with me, she's like stalks us. She's making up all kinds of ridiculous statements about us. So you can't really talk about her here. U.S. sanctions Chinese bank. Yeah. The United States blacklisted a small Chinese bank accused of illicit dealings with the North Koreans on Thursday, escalating the pressure on Beijing to rein in its wayward ally amid increased signs of frustration among President Donald Trump and his top advisors with China's diplomatic efforts. Well, you just sold $1.48 billion worth of weapons to Taiwan, Trump, and you expect China to do anything for you regarding North Korea? Are you an imbecile? It's a quid pro quo thing. Yeah, you're not allowed to mention names like that here. Whatever she wants, that's her problem. Don't talk about her. Thank you. There's only one war happening on this planet. Awake women. Humans versus the Illuminati. Oh, wow. Okay. King Lizard Hunter says, if you're not awake human, you're a slave of the Illuminati and an enemy of the awake humans. So these really are chemicals that the Illuminati's dumping on our heads to make us stupid. Okay. You like my Cubano accent? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. I don't need Norton. No, that's not happening. Okay, here's some of the top level pilots that are doing the chemtrail work. Many of them are training online by grabbing as many beers necessary to make sure their flights are safe for them and unsafe for you. So how do they kill the pain of dumping chemicals in your head? Well, for one, a lot of these chemtrails are being deployed by automatic planes. They don't even have pilots on them. Yes, we now go to a live view of Phil Schneider when he was dead. No, he was alive, but he died. And Phil Schneider actually tried to expose the Illuminati and the secret underground reptilian breeding grounds, which I don't believe exist.
Now, this is the way the world should be. There wouldn't be any wars. There wouldn't be any strife. Or if there was, it could be settled in a peaceable manner in a handshake. And that's the original American way. And I believe that way is still there, however remote at present time. Now, I'm going to sum up this talk and mention an overview of the alien agenda. The alien agenda is really decimate the planet to take the remaining human subjects as slaves, and the aliens would use this planet for their own means. Number one, this cannot be allowed to happen.
Okay, this guy ended up having his fingers cut off and a massive scar down the middle of his body, which he claims was from an alien battle that occurred in Dulce, New Mexico, among about 100 men. The massive loss of life. It was about 1977. He claimed that the U.S. Army had a massive battle with underground aliens from Dulce, New Mexico. Now, that could also be a lie. And he may have lived that lie because he wanted to be somebody important. We don't know. My fluffy hair, yeah. I do not need upper lip work. My lip looks fine. Thank you for asking. It happens to be a Native American lip. I traced my ancestry to the Algonquin tribe, in which I share the same upper lip as many Native Americans. And I personally think the Upper Lip Society ought to just sue the hell out of you for hating upper lips. Lips are gorgeous. Yes, I didn't meet a guy. I saw a shaman at a casino, and we breathed the same chemtrails. That was Phil Schneider, by the way. They believe he may have been killed. He was found with a rubber hose around his neck, but he was also dying of cancer, so we don't know. But yeah, I saw this shaman guy who's a local Indian in my area, and he had the same upper lip I had. And I was like looking at his lip and going, yeah, he's got the same upper lip. It's amazing. It must be Native American. It's poop. Oh, you're back again. Yeah, we don't talk about stuff like that here. We're not into scat. Well, the government couldn't have implemented the thoughts in his head. His dad was involved in the program. He was involved with Werner von Braun. And many people believe, one of the stories Phil Schneider projected was that many people believe that, that is wild, that when a person is dealing with the Illuminati, they don't know what they're doing here. That is a wild picture. Werner von Braun had an amazing knowledge of space travel. Many people believe he may have encountered aliens and given us information about missile production. We don't know. But it is interesting to know that Phil Schneider was kind of on the edge of that knowledge from his dad. We don't really know if he just wanted to be like his dad, but he had a lot of really good videos, and he played hours of these speeches. He would go to places all around the country and speak, and it was videotaped. So he's still out there. You can look him up. Phil Schneider. Spacey cockpit picture. That's pretty wild, man. Thank you. It's ramen noodle time? Yes. Ramen noodle does contain TBHQ, a preservative that's in the petroleum industry. And I also want to remind you that ramen has been known to have fluoride in it, too. Dave, the Bachelorette this season is black. Well, maybe she is my past girlfriend, you know? But she wasn't my girlfriend. I told you that. I didn't date a black woman. Von Braun was supposed to invent the V2 and then ran the American space program so he could contact aliens on the dark side of the moon. Okay, and you believe that? Okay, so let me ask you, believers in aliens and beyond, if you really think this is happening. Let me ask you a question. If you'd think out of 5.4 billion cell phone cameras that we have all around the world, that there might be like one picture, a credible picture of an alien. Could you please send me that right now? Just give me a link. Thanks. I don't have a wig, man. This is my real hair. I grow this. It's cool, isn't it? To have real hair. I love having real hair. You have no idea how hard it is to have real hair in this day and age with chemicals being dumped on us daily. You got to do a lot to maintain your hair now. You've got to actually treat it with no lauryl sulfate. If you want to have decent hair, you can't just get garden variety shampoo and conditioner anymore. Nope, it does not look like testicle hair. You guys are obviously suffering from too much GMO soy in your diet. You're turning into homosexuals, many of you. I bet you are.
Spread eagle. Watching the show on your TV.
That's pretty hilarious, man. You need to seek help. No, I don't see the real evidence, like in the Manchester supposed pipe bomb attack. I never saw any dead bodies. There was no real evidence. And every time the perpetrator always explodes. Like the one in the Dallas area where the 5 cops allegedly died, which we still don't know what happened to them because they didn't have any funerals. Or if they did, nobody really saw the bodies. Oh, I woke up to the soy question. Yes, thanks, Ted Kaczynski. Ted Kaczynski, everybody. We got a celebrity chatter from the prison system. How are you? How is the prison treating you, Ted? Ted Kaczynski, everybody. There he is. Dave is awoke to the soy question. If you didn't know, Ted Kaczynski used to work for the Air Force as a bomb expert. Isn't that right, Ted? Yep. We don't want you to make bombs, Ted. That's a bad thing. Bad. That's why you were arrested, but you went on a solo plan to build bombs. That was a bad thing to do. But he was trained in bombs as an Air Force expert in weapons training. And we kind of groomed our country for these weirdos. There's 185 million chemtrails of camera crews in America, and only one took a picture of Cairo 7. And no, that's absurd logic. There is no photo of an alien. I mean, the closest we have to an alien is that picture you have of the ghost of my Aunt Margaret walking down the hallway. That's brilliant. Stop abusing yourself. For some reason, my alien pictures are gone. 99? Where are my alien pictures? Missed it by that much. Oh, Max. So, we are trying to avoid a global nuclear war. That's a good thing. We don't want that. Yeah. But why haven't we had global nuclear war? In 2007, the exiting Vice President Dick Cheney said that we are likely to have a nuclear event in the next 5 years. And it's already been, what, 10 years and we haven't had a nuclear event? Yeah. So Dick Cheney, what did he know that we don't know? And how come we haven't had a nuclear event? Anybody guess? I have a theory about that, a conspiracy theory. Here's Werner von Braun in a moment's when he wasn't really, no one knew he was taking a picture of him. The legendary science expert who knew how to do space travel and travel around the world. There he is. No, that's not him. No, that's an alien picture. That's a pretty good alien picture, though. But it's possible that there's a man named Galen Windsor who talked about this. Let me get you the link. Galen Windsor was a top-level radiation expert. And he believed that the nuclear lie was being perpetrated by our government. That they claim that nuclear radiation is super dangerous. Anyway, This guy worked at Hannaford Nuclear Waste Depository, and in 1982, along with Phil Schneider, he actually did another independent discussion of the scare, the nuclear scare, he called it. Just grab the whole page, Dave. And I have a video you can look at later.
Tremendous things. And people all over. Camp Hanford in those days was a whole army camp just there to secure that place, to provide security. Thousands of soldiers. And in 1973, they says, forget it, friends, you don't get to run it.
They basically kicked him out. And they said, you don't have a job here anymore. And he's so pissed, he went on the circuit and he started talking to people. Anyway, here is the link to Galen Windsor. He said that the nuclear age was fake, that we shouldn't be as frightened as we are of the nuclear radiation that we're seeing from Fukushima. He gave me a lot of hope, ironically, by watching him. But you're welcome to watch that. I'm going to add that to my link library tonight for our shows in the evening. But Galen Windsor was a top-notch expert that really went out of his way to make people aware of this. Now, the theory that we may not even have nuclear weapons is another part of that theory. He didn't have that theory. I'm just passing it along. China dispatches military vessels and fighter jets to warn off U.S. warship sailing near disputed island. Very good. Okay, thank you, Scissorfight. Pyongyang fires a ballistic missile heading toward Japan as well. Wow, that's dangerous. I should have more cactus, yeah.
China has sent military vessels and planes to warn off an American warship. Beijing claims the vessel violated its territorial waters in the South China Sea.
Under the pretext of navigation freedom, the US side once again sent a military vessel into China's territorial waters. This constitutes a serious political and military provocation. The Chinese side is dissatisfied with and opposed to the relevant behavior of the US side.
The US guided missile destroyer came within 12 nautical miles of Triton Island. It's part of the disputed Paracel Island group, which China considers to be its territory.
You know, we need to renegotiate these terms. This is the kind of work, political work, that should have been done by Trump. Instead of getting the president of China to approve 38 trademarks, one of them is Trump Escort Service. We should have had substantive work done in this area. But Trump was only interested in padding his pocket and making more money on his trademarks. Okay, so we should have had this clarified, but no, of course not. We're not really doing that. Trump's all about making money on his job. He doesn't care about relations with China. Alrighty. We are going to see what happens when China has sent military vessels and warplanes to ward off a USS Stetham. That's going to be a real interesting show of force. Is cactus really good? I've never had cactus. Hey, well, let me tell you about the nuclear scare. What if, for instance, just hypothetically, atomic bombs based on uranium and plutonium were not exponential in nature? That they required an exponential source of plutonium and uranium to create an exponential bomb. I understand hydrogen bombs because they would draw hydrogen from the air around them, right, to blow out. Dave, we believe someone is censoring our UHF uplink of our show. We did a reverse ping on the location. It seems to be coming from Washington, D.C. area. Wow. Ozarks, thanks for telling me. We aren't 100% but 80% sure. If we find the party responsible for this, we are going to put in a claim with the FCC. Excellent. Thank you, Ozarks. You guys have put so much effort into this. It's amazing. And the new equipment, everything. Thank you for keeping the wishes going alive for a third party. I appreciate it. Thanks, Ted. So what if, for instance, now Meow's laughing, but when you think about a nuclear reaction coming from a splitting of one uranium atom, bombarding it with isotopes, where is it going to draw from other uranium atoms to create this exponential explosion? So the atomic age may very well be the BS age. We don't know. A lot of these nuclear warheads may just be dirty bombs. We don't know that either. I came to this conclusion, not only from listening to Galen Windsor, but I'm still in the process of coming to the conclusion. It's not quite there yet. I certainly accept the possibility there's dirty bombs out there and there's dangerous bombs out there. But let's face it, no nuclear encounter since Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Nobody in Hiroshima and Nagasaki had any long-term negative effects from radiation. Ironically, there have been no long-term negative. There's been a few cases of leukemia, but not excessive. So Hiroshima and Nagasaki haven't seen long-term radiation burns, tetragonic effects that might affect the third generation of people. No, it hasn't happened, so that's suspicious. There's been no nuclear bomb deployed that is atomic, that is exponential. And yet they're starting wars in Syria, Ukraine, Iraq, Afghanistan. Wars are still going on all around the world. People like Henry Kissinger are still pushing the agenda of low-intensity conflict. You would have thought that the parity of the powers that had been matched with the mutually assured destruction concept would never breach this by having skirmishes like the one in the China Sea right here. You would think that with the nuclear capabilities of mass destruction, none of our nations would be attacking each other at all. No, the Mayo Clinic medical units they came out before my mobile medical ideas. My mobile medical idea was in the context of saving our healthcare crisis. And as a political idea, intellectual property, it was introduced as a solution to the high cost of healthcare. In no way am I stealing the Mayo Clinic idea. I'm merely using it as a way of building a political message that would solve the healthcare crisis. That is my intellectual property. That much I possess. Trump stole it. And he didn't even add it to the list of things for Mitch McConnell to pitch. He didn't even understand the importance of the mobile medical unit. I'm not going to ban all Britons from... Tomorrow, Bengalitis said, please ban all our people from UK in remembrance of 4th of July. That's pretty funny. No criminal or mental health record, no. I don't have anything. I've never wanted to commit a crime, and I've never had any mental health problems, so... Well, the U.S. and China are settling differences like Trump's trademarks. They're not really addressing real issues. So that's a problem. So China has dispatched military vessels. We'll see what happens with that. None of you can come up with a credible picture of an alien. Let me see if I can put together a source of alien images for us to look at. Just out of curiosity, I think I might have something. I never did jaywalk, no. I always go to the crosswalk. Sarah and I, we're unique that way. We only a friend of mine wanted me to jaywalk one day across an open highway, and I said, no, we're walking to the crosswalk. Come on, man, it's easier. No. We had a big argument about it. I said, no, we're going to the crosswalk, man. I'm not going to take a chance. And he crossed the street and nearly got killed. Nearly got knocked down. Oh, aliens, oh, aliens. There's just nothing out there. There's like very little alien pictures. You look for them and they just don't, you know. Where have all the aliens gone? Long time passing. Yeah, I don't see any aliens here. Eeny, meeny, miny alien. Yep, no aliens. I would vote for Dave, but I feared he bribed for coffee and can of Spam. Ted, you're out of here. I'm going to give you a mute just to make sure you shut your mouth next time. You got a chance to stay in the show, but no. If you can't say anything nice, Ted, don't say anything at all. Thanks, bye. You can also question any of the issues under the sun. Yeah, I can't put together an alien picture of anybody. I've got no aliens. Huh. Used to be so easy to find aliens. Here's one. There's two. Whoops. It covers it. I think I've got it all covered. Yeah, we don't have any pictures of aliens. No, nothing. So it's just disturbing that all these people talk about aliens, like the Podestas. They mentioned that there's Palladians taking over, but it turns out the Podestas were named in that Pizzagate thing, right? So they would want us to think that aliens are abducting children, right? I don't have any comments about the Unabomber's manifesto other than the fact that he was concerned about science. Science? There's the alien picture. That's not real. That is real. That could be an alien. We're not sure. I am not a fake tooth hologram. Boston airport crash. Taxi mows down pedestrian, injuring 10. Wow. Oh, hold that thought. You know, I got to go back to that image a little bit later. Yeah, well, when we get to it, we'll take a look at it. Let's take a look at this from the BBC. Boston airport crash. Taxi mows down pedestrians. Wow, this looks serious. Now, see, that's real. That's real.
Well, myself, when I heard the noise, it seems like, an airplane, blowing up.
We just move, and after we hear the crash, like a plane land down,
Is the car okay? The driver bound on the curb, mowing down fellow cab drivers. Wow. What the hell? What did he go wacko or something? So was he having a heart attack? U.S. media said the driver told the police he mistook the accelerator for the brake. Okay. He was confused which foot to hit. The incident is not thought to be terrorism related. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Now back to the aliens. This is a possible alien. Or your Uncle Fred. Hey, I was going to show you this. This was September 11th, 2001 was the date of his birth from his passport. And they made the movie in 1988. So how did they know when they made The Matrix that Neo should have had a passport from September 11th, 2001? Isn't that weird? Makes you wonder. How did they know 3 years earlier that 9/11 would be a big important date? Yeah, because they are planning the event, that's why. I do not know, I don't know who the driver was of this cab, but people are hurt really bad. Sucks. And SpaceX was canceled. We talked about this picture of apparently, this is true, apparently Chris Christie cordoned off a portion of the beach so he and his family could sit there. That whole section of the beach has Chris Christie and his family sitting in the middle. 13 miles of New Jersey coastline was shut off. So if a man can shut off the New Jersey Turnpike because he's pissed off at somebody, and then go ahead and shut off half the beach because he wants to be there all alone with his family, it shows you what we're dealing with here. Even Einstein liked to make faces. Is he gay, really? Well, there are people that do believe that Chris Christie had a bromance with Barack Obama. I mean, that's just, I don't know. I don't know if I can even go there on Conspiracy Monday, but I have another picture of an alien. Look at that. And that's a little bit weird because the eye is perfectly cylindrical. It's a little strange. And hey, gold is down to 122 too. Silver is down to 1606. And the Dow Jones is up to 21,479. Wow, isn't that interesting? That didn't look like an alien either, I know. It's good to know. I'll copy that image. Is there a hug to prove your comment, Dave, of Chris and Obama? Yes, there is. Hold on, please. There, see September 11th, Neo? Right there. September 11th, 2001, right on that. This was in the movie. That's Baldur from Star Trek. Fake alien. So we've been lied to about aliens for years. I don't read manifestos from people like you, Ted. You're a bomber. Why would I read your manifesto? I'm on your side. I buy it from coin shops. They've got a lot of coin shops that are willing to sell. Pulling up a picture of Barack Obama and Chris Christie. Hold on, please. Searching. Well, you don't have to come in right now, honey. You can take a break.
Okay.
Take a rest. Yeah, just relax. Enjoy yourself. Not that you have the ability to relax all the time, because vacation is vacation. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I wish I had it right now. I don't have a wig. Thank you. This is my hair. Okay, let's take a look. We go to the backup photos. It does exist, so it should be there. Christie Obama, it should be there. I'm amazed that I was surprised it didn't show up. Christie Obama. I am going to alphabeticals. Details. I mean, this is absurd. Why me? Why me? I never had sex with that woman, whatever her name was. I know where it's not there. It's in presidents. How about that? That's why I had the problem. It was in the wrong place. Here they were on a day out. They were on a day out, walking, enjoying the day, after a lovely time in New Jersey. Chris Christie had found the love of his life, and I'm pretty sure they both really enjoyed their day. Well, he's had a few issues, but, you know, being he has a lot of friends in New Jersey, Chris Christie's a pretty successful guy, you know. He can make a lot of people happy, you know, if he does the right thing, you know what I'm talking about? Donald is doing a pretty good job himself, you know. Got a lot of good people working in the White House. They got all the billionaires and 5 billionaires working in the White House. Yeah. So let's talk about environmental cleanup. What do you say? Maybe do a little work with garbage collection and toxic waste, you know. Let's talk about that. What do you say? A Minnesota first, liquor stores are legally open on a Sunday. Hallelujah. If you're an alcoholic and drinking, da da da. Yeah, this is pretty intense. People who have been drinking every day and have never been to the liquor store on Sunday can now do it. I do support the Full Disclosure Project. Yes. I definitely believe that if we find aliens, we will report them to you. I look like a trout when I do that. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? I'm doing my trout impersonation coming up in about a half an hour. I'll be doing a big mouth bass impersonation after that. Okay, let's take a look. Alrighty, we looked long enough. Enough looking, let's listen.
No, it's good there. We're just gonna celebrate the fact that people get together and do something that we all love to do 6 days a week already.
If you're outside, we can help you on this side.
Driving through the intersections close by here, we're parked in this parking lot on a Sunday, and our doors are shut and dark. And we are really excited that they're now bright, and there's a lot of people in there shopping.
You know, we've got so many great brewers in Minnesota, small and large. And you know, we think Minnesota, it's a great tradition to celebrate their products over a 4th of July weekend, and what a great time to be able to buy beer on a Sunday for the first time in the state of Minnesota. So it's fun to come out and celebrate with everyone.
Okay.
226.62 altogether.
All right, I'll take 3 of the Pabst Blue Ribbon, please. I only drink Pabst Blue Ribbon when I make my chemtrail flights over your house. Ladies and gentlemen, you're traveling at 30,000 feet. Our pilot is drinking a record number of Pabst Blue Ribbons. Dude, it's a lot less dangerous, Mr. Theodore, than becoming a banned element in our show. You're about to be banned permanently, Ted. Not only are you a Unabomber, but you're going to be banned from our show if you keep it up. Hey, if you guys like beer, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, you know, you definitely shouldn't tell people not to smoke marijuana unless they're, of course, in states that are making it illegal. I don't smoke, drink, or... Yeah, I don't drink, smoke, drink, or anything. Or toke. I vape. I just vape that vape. Okay, we're listening to a couple of really good songs last night. We'll be bringing those back tonight in our video show that'll come out in an hour and a half. Yeah, there's a universal space war happening that spans millions of years. Earth is a slave colony. Your souls are continually being used, abused, and having your memories erased and recycled. How do you know this if you've forgotten everything? Where are you getting this information? Did somebody in your family die and come back to life going, "Ooh, I'm here to haunt you, King Lizard Hunter. You're just a drone being harvested by the aliens." Give me a break, man. You're a beautiful being. You're one of a kind. No, you're vaping chemtrails. You go outside. I stay in my underground bunker here in Antarctica. No, I'm not stoned. I never get stoned. You know, I really should take you on a trip, really. To one of the secret underground bunkers that the conspiracy theorists claim exists in Denver, Colorado. I really should take you on an amazing trip of Denver, Colorado. Don't you think? Denver? Not like a Rocky Mountain High kind of trip. More like the place where the Denver airport is. They say there's an underground network of apartments there that the elitists live in. Can you verify that for me? Denver. Here they are. No, I don't offer drugs to people, ever. I don't do drugs myself. I do chemtrails. I take a good whiff of chemtrails every day when they spray it above my head. It's got lithium in it. It's got aluminum in it, barium in it. Oh yeah, it really makes you feel good. Those chemtrails are good for you too. They cause tumors in your brain and cancer in your body and destroy your immune system. Oh yeah, you're getting a good dose of chemtrails every day. Oh yeah. Denver Airport is shaped like a swastika. Look at that. That's Denver Airport. They spent more on Denver Airport than any other airport in the world. And the weird thing about Denver Airport, if you get pictures of it, it actually has just a bunch of tents. I only vape, yes. I'm only a vapor. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to have the swastika on the screen. There are theories that there's a huge underground dig. They went like 16 floors down, and when they did the digging of the underground airport in Denver, some of the experts, engineers, have actually signed on and talked about how there's massive areas underground that nobody knows about. So the possibility that they could have an underground facility in Denver where elitists are hiding while they spray us with chemtrails is very, very real. Did you see the swastika, the shape of the airport? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yes, I am campaigning, Mama. I don't disappear. My module is designed to last 150 years. I will be running for president for the next 65 decades. The largest casino owners, MGM, says there's no smoking pot on their property, even though Las Vegas has made pot legal. That's fine. Businesses can do that. CS1177 wants to know how to donate to the campaign. We have a donation button at America's Third Party, but you have to be a U.S. citizen to do it. And donations above $50 or more have to be including your address and phone number. Well, the theory that these people have underground bases is very real. I mean, it'd be foolish to say that they don't. We know the Walmart family has a massive underground complex in Little Rock, Arkansas. We know that. That's a fact. We also know that Bill Gates has an underground building where he lives in Washington. We know that Mark Zuckerberg bought 9 houses last year in Palo Alto and is digging a large facility underground. Oh yeah. We know that there's a company called TerraVivo.com where they talk about having what? No. Haha, really? No kidding. Huh. Okay, it's gone. It's been wiped off the internet. Oh my goodness. That's something really weird. The site can't be reached. No kidding. Remember the TerraVivo video I used to play? Oh, yeah. They're gone. They've been wiped off the earth. They don't want anyone to know that they're going underground. Yeah. It's gone. Site can't be reached. Wow. Yeah, we used to play a video about this site, TerraVivo, that exists. Oh, is it Viva? Okay, thank you. Okay, it's not gone. Here it is, everybody. Nope, TerraViva's gone too. It's gone. It's been wiped out. Well, you mystery hunters and conspiracy theorists definitely... No, I'm not weird. You definitely have to ask yourself what happened to that site that we used to take you to, showing the underground living areas where the elitists are single-handedly buying up in groves. Hook you back up your video. Oh, I back up everything, man. It's all going to remote servers all around the world. Yeah, so we have copies of the TerraViva site, but it's on remote video. TerraVivos. Let me take a look again. Hang on. I might have the spelling wrong. Yeah, there it is. I think we got it now. It's up and running. Yay! Here's the link. Okay, it's not gone. No, they're fine. check it out. This is it. Make no mistake about it. Terra Vivos. Surviving the end of the world. Now, these people are preparing for survival underground. I just dropped the link in for you so you can see it. But yeah, this is real. They're spending anywhere from the initial buy-in in one of their locations is $10,000 per person to way more than that. You can get a small area. They have underground camping facilities too, where you can pull your RV underground and live there in the RV. I'm serious. This guy's a pretty amazing guy. Well, let me play a little of the video for you.
In recent years, interest in disaster scenario solutions has grown. There is no question that the world is an increasingly dangerous place. The evening news daily features threats of riots, pandemics, economic collapse, increasingly deadly weather, international tensions, wars, and rumors of war.
An underground fortress.
It is protected from nuclear, biological, and chemical attack. It can withstand a 20 megaton blast 2 miles away. Vivos Shelters is the brainchild of Robert Vicino, a real estate entrepreneur who has created a string of private top-secret bunkers across the country. To surgical supplies, there's a workshop, laundry facility, and even a kennel.
So you can bring your Poochie underground. Just think you and Poochie can survive if you have enough money. You and Poochie? Oh, Poochie, you want to be with me in the afterlife? Do you want to survive the apocalypse, Poochie? Oh, come on, Poochie. You and your Poochie can live forever and ever underground as long as you're alive. I think we covered the territory, though. We really don't know for sure if these underground bases exist. A lot of people in the conspiracy theory land believe that. I know that sounds a little odd, but there's an underground map. I know. This is a supposed map of tunnels that burrow underneath the ground made by tunnel digging machines, and many people don't believe that this is real. But this map came from 1978. It shows what appears to be an underground line from like all the way up through the mid-state of California, across various parts of the country, traveling separate lines. To think that these could be built, underground rail lines could be built, is almost impossible to believe. But what they say, this technology, if it really does exist, can melt the carbonized granite into a liquid form and create an internal cave which is impenetrable underneath. So as it's digging, it's melting the very thing that it's digging and is turning it into a hard shell surface on the inside and supporting it. I mean, it looks like they haven't finished the railroad. From 1978 to now, it would be completed. And it would definitely be already there. So if this happens to intersect with your house, you may want to go dig underground a little bit, a couple feet, just to see if it's not there. I'm kidding. Well, I'm trying to get you guys in the mindset of the elitists, because they have all the money in the world and you're just a cow to them. Yeah, you're just like a small garden variety cow. Bah, or a cow, like sheep. They don't care about you. You're just sheep grazing in the pasture. And the last thing they're going to do is offer up a shepherd who can provide, safe haven for you. Pull you in. Bah! They see you as sheep, but they don't see anybody as a shepherd. I don't know what carbonized granite is. It's kind of like my peppers carbonara I made last week that doesn't really have a recipe to back it. Yeah, I just made that up. Carbonized granite. How do you like it? Do you like the word? Granite carbonara. Would your dog be a prairie dog since underground? Good point. Thank you. So if you're one of those wayward sheep that they think is mindless idiot, you just found a safe haven with me, as I'm a good shepherd. and I'm here to bring you in.
You're going to put that around my neck.
No, don't. Please don't. But, no, that's not good. No. Not a good. I wouldn't put a tinfoil hat on my head either, even though I have a tinfoil hat. It's just not something I want to take pictures of. Okay, well, I think I covered the territory here. So they don't really care about you.
I care about you.
I know, but they don't. The elitists don't care about you. They're going to go underground. They're going to ruin the planet. They don't care about the political structure. The two-party system is something to be used in their favor. They don't care about you. The two parties don't care about you. They really don't. They just want to pad their pocket and get reelected. History has proven that they can't do diddly squat. No, I don't see myself as a messiah. I see myself as the guy fixing the problem right now while I'm on Earth. Because, frankly, I don't have a lot of time. I only have another 100 years to do this. Or I'd say 90, maybe 93 years. That's all I have left. My module is slated to work till I'm 150, and then my core begins to destroy itself. My drive has been fully functional, and I am completely human-like. Can you imagine an audio animatrized robotic president running for president? It's possible. There's no law against it. I did not say douche.
Today I wrote 5 pages in my journal of my short story.
That's pretty cool when you're writing a short story about such a heavy subject. She's writing about this really heavy event that happened on our island a long, long time ago when the Native Americans killed.
Well, I haven't put that yet.
Oh, you're getting to that point?
I'm just leading up to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's fictionalizing a horrible situation where the Native Americans hauled this Captain Whidbey out of his house.
Not Captain Whidbey, Captain Eby.
Captain Eby.
Mm-hmm.
And then they proceeded to cut his head off. And you're writing a fictionalized account of this. This is a fascinating story.
But I haven't even gotten to that part.
So do you have various characters like the Native Americans?
Really, I'm writing it from the perspective of...
Uh-oh, somebody's got hiccups.
I know, and I want to get some water, but I can't.
Why not?
Because somebody just
emptied it. Okay, I'll go take care of it.
I just filled it up.
But I'll get you a cup of water. I thought we trained that did not happen. All right.
I just filled it up accidentally.
Okay.
Anyway, who wants to hear my short story?
If you're going to read it, good luck.
It's not gory yet.
You did promise them.
I promised you trivia. I'll do trivia instead, because I have a lot more to write. I'll finish writing. Yeah, well, it's going to be historical fiction. So kind of based on a real story, but from a first-person point of view. And anyway. No. You do. Who wants trivia? Who wants my book? I think Zelfire wants trivia, and I did promise trivia. Today's Monday, so it's Mythological Monday. I do refer to a little mythology in my writing. Oh, thank you, 413. It's just you. Oh, Nick off. We already did these. I already did those. Okay. Who in classical mythology, who was the Titan who stole fire from the gods and gave it to the humans? As punishment for the theft, Zeus ordered this Titan chained to a rock and sent a great eagle to gnaw at the Titan's liver. Despite his torment, he refused to submit to Zeus's will. He was eventually rescued by Hercules. You are right if you said Prometheus. CS1177. And Nick has it, and Zelfire had it. Prometheus stole the fire from the gods and brought it to man, which got him cast out. Prometheus has become a symbol of lonely and valiant resistance to authority. I don't know if I would say this right. Aeschylus wrote a play, Prometheus Bound, and Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote a long poem entitled Prometheus Unbound. I know, me and my hiccups. Okay, I think I got over the... No. In classical mythology, who was a god who served Poseidon? He could change his shape at will. I haven't seen Prometheus. Hi, Meow, and hi, Ab. And hi, Mad Dog. Aquaman and Nemo are not the answers. Good guesses, though. Hint, it starts with a P. Someone or something that easily takes on several different forms is named after this. I wonder if a single-cell organism is named after this god. No, that would just cause me to bite it off. He served Poseidon. It's Proteus. Proteus. I know I was thinking amoebas, but like protozoa or a protean is something that easily takes on several forms is protean. Proteus. Who knew? Not me. Not you either, obviously. That's a weird picture. Okay. You said polygamy and polymorphine and Proteus. Okay. Good enough. You're gonna need a lot more oh, that's funny, Nick. All right. In Roman mythology, who is a beautiful girl who is visited each night in the dark by Cupid, who told her she must not try to see him. When she did try, while he was asleep, she accidentally dropped oil from her lamp on him, and he awoke and fled. After she had performed many harsh tasks set by Cupid's mother, Venus, Jupiter made her immortal, and she and Cupid were married. Her name is Greek for both soul and butterfly. Nick had it correct. It is Psyche. Psyche. Ha ha ha, Nick. I would take off my... Here, I'll take off my hair clip. Okay. Alright, what is a French fairy tale from the collection of Charles Perrault? A cunning cat brings great fortune to his master, a poor young man. Although through a series of deceptions managed by the cat, the young man becomes a lord and marries the king's daughter. That's what I probably need to do. I probably do have air trapped in here. This one is not ancient Greek mythology. Oh, good guesses. Felix the cat, Fritz the cat, and Garfield. No, it's a little bit older than that. And it starts with the letter P. Waltzing, waiting to hiccup. Okay, Nick, you're right again. It is Puss in Boots. I should totally have not eaten anything. That's the problem. I didn't eat dinner last night, and I shouldn't have eaten anything tonight. Okay, I'll try that 1681 once I'm finished with this segment of the show. Maybe David will come in because he'll be like, oh my god, you're hiccuping too much. Well, good. Maybe your body is telling you need some sleep. 272. I'm not fasting. I wasn't hungry last night. And then today I had some chips, and then I was gonna eat some dinner, and I stopped because I had hiccups, and then it was starting, and then I made the mistake of eating dinner between the last segment, which was macaroni. How about a sock? Yes, sock. Yeah, I don't, no swallowing. That's the problem, maybe. All right. In classical mythology, who was a sculptor who at first hated women and then fell in love with a statue he made of a woman? He prayed to Venus that she would find him a woman like the statue. Instead, Venus made the statue come to life. Thank you. Pull on my right ear and look up. Ha ha ha, Nick. But you are right, it is Pygmalion. The play Pygmalion by George Bernard Shaw adapts this theme. A professor trains a girl from the gutter to speak and behave like a lady, and then he and his new creation become attached to each other. This play became the basis for the musical comedy My Fair Lady. Like that. Wow, 272 must have a lot of anger inside of him. Something going on there. Okay, new clue. Who was an ancient nature god and legendary ruler of the Toltec people of Mexico, usually represented as a plumed serpent? My goodness, Nick, do you have the book I'm using? Because you are right. Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. Ha ha ha. I guess they even have room for your pets underground. Well, are you 272? You're now 429. Quetzalcoatl. It says Toltec. There's my other sock. You're building Skynet? How's that going for you? Hello, Anita. Hopefully David responded to you earlier in YouTube chat. Okay. I was known as the nerd in high school. Okay, ready? You miscounted. 22, 12, 13, 14. That's funny. Ha ha ha. -2. I think that helped though. All right. Who was a legendary robber of the Middle Ages in England, who stole from the rich and gave to the poor? An excellent archer, he lived in Sherwood Forest with a fair maid Marian, the stalwart Little John, the priest Friar Tuck, the musician Alan Adale, and others who helped him rob rich landlords and thwart his chief enemy, the Sheriff of Nottingham. Thanks, Nick. My hiccups are finally gone. And you're right, Bingo. It is Robin Hood, and so is Brian. Nice job. And I agree, Brian. Kevin Costner played a great Robin Hood. Good job, 241. Robin Hood. The Hoods. Thanks, Ab. I love you like a brother. Another brother. I know. You're married. We're like bro and sister. I only have 3 brothers. I need to get it up so that I need to have more brothers so that it will match my number of sisters. In my mouth right now, 862. Didn't the doctor do a good job? Yeah. You like the version of Robin Hood with the animals? Yeah. You liked Field of Dreams is your favorite movie? You miss your youth? I like Field of Dreams too. What was my favorite movie from my youth? I think my favorite movie from my youth was Aladdin, but people would think that my favorite movie from my youth was Beauty and the Beast. That was another really good one, especially because... No, 558. That's because I was such a reader when I was a kid, and I'm still a reader. Now I'm a writer, too. But I didn't think I had anything to write about, but I guess I do. Okay, I'm going to try that holding my breath thing in the future. Alright, new clue. In Roman legend, who were twin brothers who were raised by a she-wolf, and they founded the city of Rome? They came from a city founded by the son of Aeneas. During the construction of Rome, one of them became incensed at the other and killed him. The Romans later made him into a god. If you said Romulus and Remus, you are correct. Hambeast got it correct first. And 832, you had it correct. Second, good job. Lots of you had it. All right. Rome is named, of course, for Romulus. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome back. How did you happen to get your exact same username back? That's what I want to know, 272. Or did you make an account with that username? You memorized it. You're like, oh, Mark knows best. He's got my number down. So. Oh, thank you. Remus is as a 2009 Star Trek robot. No, Nick, I did have some medicine and health trivia, but that's about it. Oh, I only muted him, and he was still in the room. So when you mute someone, they can stay in the room and watch. They just can't type anything. Some are. Are you a periodontist, 272? I don't think so. Why do you type everything in caps? Okay, they can stay in the room with the same number. Wow, okay. Muted for only 10 minutes. Whereas if I banned him, it would kick him out of the room, or no? But then David says it bans other people's IP addresses.
Yes, sir, honey. It happened on one of them zippity-doo-dah days.
The zippity-doo-dah. This one, right? You want me to fix this canine right here? It'll only cost about $10,000. I know, it is unusual. David's not, I think he's eating. He's not banging around and clanging things together. I know, that's one. No, David paid his own $400 dentist bill today. You're unbannable. Awesome. That must make you feel so good. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know, but it is pretty strong. Yes. Yeah, 1776. There you go. It's pretty amazing, Ham Bean. Tomorrow is 4th of July. Yay. I don't want to pull out my teeth. I'd rather go see an orthodontist, and an orthodontist would cost about 10 grand. I don't know if I want to do that yet. All right, I think I already did this one. No, I guess I didn't. In English legend, who were the Fellowship of Knights of King Arthur? Among their adventures was a quest for the Holy Grail, and the group dispersed after the death of King Arthur. Okay, 408. But David said then it will kick out other people too. Which doesn't make sense. Correct. If you said Knights of the Round Table, you are right. You know, I'm just going to do it though. How does that feel to be unbannable? No. You love the legend of Knights of the Round Table. That's where the Dragon of Wales came from. One of the best icons to grace a flag. Ooh, that's pretty cool. You're going to take over for him and be mean like he was? Or just type in caps? It's not the typing in caps that bothers me. Yes, I do hear David now. Maybe he was feeding the fish. Alright, what is a fairy tale from the collection of the Brothers Grimm? The title character, a dwarf, tells a woman who has promised him her firstborn child that he will not hold her to her promise if she can guess his name. She finds it out, and he was so furious he destroyed himself.
Well, I am ready to start up the show on my end. So
Haha, Brian, no. Close. Hambeast is right. It is Rumpelstiltskin.
Wow, that was good.
Okay.
He lived he slept like 72 hour days.
No, it wasn't Rumpelstiltskin that slept. He just had this woman. She couldn't have kids, and he promised. He said, "Well, you can have kids as long as you promise me your firstborn kid." I don't know exactly. Somehow he tricked her into promising him her firstborn, and then she's like, "I can't possibly give you my firstborn," and he said, "Well, if you can guess my name, then you can keep your firstborn." And she found out his name, and his name was Rumpelstiltskin.
That's kind of a weird, sick story, isn't it?
Well,
him taking her firstborn.
Mythology is all full of weird
her
stories.
firstborn. I mean, what a weird thought, you know. I look terrified.
Rip Van Winkle was the person who's.
That's right, Rip Van Winkle. I had those two confused. Thank you so much. Bless you. I can't believe how people, are so superficial in our show. You have to just accept the fact that those people exist, I guess. The nice thing about Sarah and I is we're not the kind that would hobnob with the royalty or with the elite, and that's the nice thing. You know, when was the last time America had an average American as president? I'm trying to think.
I can hobnob with anybody, but if they don't want to hobnob with me,
forget
that's
it.
fine.
That's fine with me.
I don't want to hobnob with them.
Exactly. That's a good point. Nice way of putting it, too. Hey, this is really kind of messed up here. I'm going to redo the settings because there's something really wrong about everything. I don't know what it is.
Let me leave and then you can see. Because sometimes when I'm sitting next to you and I'm wearing white and you're wearing dark, that has
it
an
does
effect.
throw off the settings. You're right. Thank you, Sarah, for everything. You're awesome. Yay. I'm the only one here. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Okay. Boy, I just can't get over the settings. It's like, what's going on? Have you ever woken up and wondered? No, you haven't? You haven't wondered anything at all? Well, there are a lot of people that are asking some big questions nowadays, and they're unusual questions because everyone has them, you know. We're all waking up to what's happening at the same time. We've been lied to. I know. It used to be at my fingertips, but now it's not. Wow. Did that disappear? Sorry, I had to wake myself up there. I was falling into the chasm of being brain dead for a second from the fluoridation or something. How much for the site and the cat and the girl? Ah, that's pretty funny. How much for the site, the girl, and the cat? That's hilarious. People think that people are buyable. Isn't that bizarre? Everyone thinks everyone's buyable. Nobody's necessarily buyable. Just because you think we're cattle doesn't mean we are. Yeah. Hello, welcome. Thank you for acknowledging my greatness. That's very nice of you to come in and share your beauty. Some of you are not chatting, you're chatting, and that's not good. You need to steer toward the issues. Right now you're just crapping in the chat room. It's not very helpful. Wouldn't want to do it. Yeah. Here he is.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think anyone could articulate that better. It is nice to know there's people like Sarah exist in the world, yeah. And I think we're all very lucky. Same with Anita Carolyn. Happy Independence Day, Anita. You're going to listen now only? Okay, thank you. Anita Carolyn Davis has been in our show over at YouTube. Thank you. We are now under a direct attack in our show by a person who we believe is being paid heavily to attack our show. Now what I'm going to do is implement a no guest chat for a while. So in case you guys want to chat, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Thank you. Okay. Some people are really, it's like psychotic meltdowns in their own world, so they don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think it's the fact that the 4th of July is happening, and many of you are reacting like small farm animals. Bah! Yeah, one rotten apple. One rotten apple can destroy the whole batch. It's terrible. Very sad. I wish it wasn't the case, but it is. Yeah, it's going to be a great 4th of July. I look forward to it. Going to be a lot of fireworks everywhere. Oh, yeah. Really super patriotic. Want to get behind that totally. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not showing patriotism? Okay. It's just, I'm getting a little sick and tired of all the fireworks when we could easily do a laser light show. And if we employed Operation Bluebeam, we could have Jesus descending from the skies in 3D with a hologram. I mean, why are we wasting our time with old-fashioned fireworks when we could have a dazzling display of light in the eye? We need to move on. I mean, we've got the ability now to display anybody, any deity that descending from Earth. Operation Bluebeam was put in place over 25 years ago. And it's totally capable of delivering a holographic Jesus anywhere in the world. Yes. Isn't that amazing? Or a laser light show, yeah. So why are we wasting our time with all this old-fashioned... I mean, this is a 1,000-year-old technology that was developed by the Chinese. The explosives. Not to mention the amount of sulfur that they're burning. I mean, come on. Let's just go to laser light show, holograms, and get past all this extreme explosion crap. I like to see things blow up too. How many did you get in a box? I got 98 plus 25 sparklers. Hey, there's an industry built around this, so I shouldn't be too condemning of it, but Yeah. How many of you are blowing off fireworks this 4th? Say one in the chat room if you have the ability to lift your arm. Not me. I'm going to an actual firework display. But if you have fireworks and you're going to be lighting them in the backyard, press 1 in the chat room for an immediate chat assessment. You're going to fart for 4th of July. Okay. You went to a 4th of July laser light show in the 80s. It totally sucked. That's why. Rimshot had to come in with a final response there. Why haven't they done laser light shows? Because they suck. Thank you, Rimshot. You know what? Trump rhetoric's going to blow off some fireworks. That's cool, man. Well, you're holding up an industry. There's about tons of these people in my area that sell M80s, and they're blowing off all the time whenever you go outside. You don't know if there's a quarter stick of dynamite anywhere you travel. And allegedly, M80s are not legal in my area, but the sheriffs don't mind. It's really kind of tragic. I mean, when you call them up, the sheriff just gives you the automated response system. We understand that explosives may be used in your area. You flew 40 minutes, almost 600 miles, lands in the sea in Japan to launch a ballistic, couldn't reach Alaska. Yes. Well, North Korea keeps blowing off missiles, and it makes you wonder, are they perfecting their ability, or is this just some sort of a ruse? I think both. It's a ruse and they're perfecting their ability. And Donald Trump kept saying this past week, he says he's going to get tough. You know, enough giving them chances. They're going to get tough. What are you going to do, Donald? I mean, you had an opportunity to blow out one of their missiles out of the sky, but you haven't done it. I mean, what really blows my mind is why are they letting this guy blow off missiles heading to Japan? Why don't they just show him exactly what we've got? Anti-ballistic capability was recently tested at Lockheed Martin. We can get rid of these missiles instantaneously from our satellite ability. So why aren't we doing it? Why aren't we showing them a little bit what we got? That's a little weird. Maybe we're waiting for him to actually, get really close to Japan. That wouldn't be very good for the Japanese. North Korea is China. Oh, okay, no problem. Well, we do know that a lot of these people have nuclear weapons because of their relation with the former communist nation, Russia or China. So we know that that's possible. Well, it just doesn't make sense that we wouldn't blow these things out of the water and just show them, hey, look it. You try it again, man, you're going to lose another one. Okay? Of course, he doesn't care. He knows he's going to lose them anyway, right? They're not going to retrieve the missile when it lands in the water. I mean, hello? Earth to Dave. You're so not doing fireworks this year. So it seems like we have a group that just doesn't do a lot of fireworks in this chat room. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the totally natural group. We'll be featuring fireworks in our background, so we'll add that to the mix. We will also feature chemtrails. Lots of chemtrails and fireworks. And some of you will be drinking extensively on our flight to nowhere. We'll be taking a flight to nowhere on 4th of July on the blimp plane. All aboard. You can just jump on the internet and just get on board our flight. Well, that's what I was thinking, Rimshot. If we had holograms as fireworks, it might be better. Descending images of our great icons in life, like Michael Jackson, descending from the sky at 30 feet high. Elvis Presley, singing Hunka Hunka Burnin' Love. Thank you very much. Pushing fake news. Groom loses control of AK-47 hitting cameraman and other guests. At is this one of these Middle East gatherings? All right, be careful. This could be tragic. You may want to put your eyes in front of the screen and say, "Oh no, don't do this, Dave." Wow. Oh man. Good evening, Jeff. That was really weird. You see that? Everything went dark right after that. That's seriously messed up when people are doing that at that location. Okay, we'll do this, that, and the other thing.
Education is one of the most important areas that Muslims have to address. And while our final objective, is not just to become part of the system that we experience now and that we see, our final objective is to create our own Islamic systems, and not only create Islamic systems for Muslims, but to look at all the other people who are sharing this country with us as potential Muslims.
Okay, so there you have it. Proof positive that these people, these Muslims, are gathering in America to Muslimize and turn our country into an Islamic state. Seriously. So yeah, there's a lot of concern along the right wing of this happening, and we also know that Donald Trump isn't doing a damn thing to stop the encampments from forming all kinds of weapons and munitions, and our government is doing nothing. Trump's doing nothing. He's tweeting and he's watching TV shows that talk about him. That's all he's doing all day. So this is a real threat. It was just brought to my attention on Facebook. You can check it out yourself. The woman really is espousing the idea of turning our country into a Muslim nation. No kidding. So we don't know what this is all about at this point. It's still kind of, okay, we're going to have to wait and see. Well, I think they are chemtrailing everybody. They're just making sure no one produces, so it includes Muslims too. Yeah, epicite is being used on our heads, or rather in our food. God knows what is going into our heads, but epicite has been doing a pretty good job of neutralizing and sterilizing the population. So it doesn't matter who we are, whether they're Christians or Muslims. They don't want people to replicate. Comprendo mundo? Let's listen to the dangers of epicite.
For one example of many, in 2001, a small California biotech company called Epicite patented a product, patented a gene, which causes both men and women who eat it, in the form of any product, to produce antibodies to sperm. If the men eat the epicite gene, they produce antibodies to their own sperm, rendering them irreversibly sterile. If women eat the epicite gene, when they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been deposited, and they become infertile through the destruction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the epicite firm, and, quote, commercialized the epicite gene. Do you want to know if the food that you're eating contains the epicite gene? Sure you do. How about the food that your children are eating, or your grandchildren? Sure you do. But the FDA, the Fraud and Death Administration, has made sure that under current laws, it is illegal for you to have that information.
Whoa. The truth, when you finally chase it down, is always far worse than your darkest visions and fears. Hunter S. Thompson. And he would know, man. Hunter S. Thompson was a scary, weird guy. Okay, let's just have a little chat with guests on tonight and see where we go. We want to touch down on where your opinions are and what you think you can do to help change the country in your own mind, which is probably not, it's worth a shot. Jeff Sessions is shady as hell. Tell me about it. He's like a backroom old boy politician. Jeff Sessions has been doing some good work for the AG there. Yeah, and plus he wants to clamp down on marijuana legalization, and there's so many states that are going for it. It's unbelievable. I mean, we couldn't have a more out-of-tune government than we have right now. And they're trying to divert the attention of our media away from the Russia situation. They're building Trump up like some great dictator, and he's not. He's turning up more like a buffoon around the world and to our American people. And even his own supporters are beginning to realize he's a total Zionist protecting Israel. Oy vey, speak of the devil. How are you there? Such a deal. But if we're going to continue to give and cater to the Israeli global domination Zionists, then we're really screwed up, because we're only becoming the problem. But if we separate and become a nation and more unto ourselves, more independent, I think we'll be better off, and I think the world will be better off too. And I think we have agreement here. So less in your face, less economic hits on other countries, and less doing the bidding of the global Zionists, the New World Order people. I like the idea of just being more independent. That's what America was founded on. That's what our country was, the core ingredient of our country was rugged independence. We will do whatever we can to help Israel in an air war because we have a balance of powers right now. If Israel was provoked, I would give them air support. If they provoked another country, I would not give them air support. That's a clear line in the sand I'm drawing. And this is important to know, that if we give in and let Israel sit there like a sitting duck, we're only going to be ultimately to blame for an imbalance of powers that could trigger global nuclear annihilation. Right now, we've got a very hairpin trigger on what's happening. The nuclear time clock is literally a couple of minutes and almost to the top of the hour. So we're very close to a nuclear conflagration. And if we continue pressing deeper into Syria, we're only going to press into an air war, which will lead to a nuclear conflagration. So if nuclear weapons are as dangerous as people think they are, we're in trouble with the trajectory and course that our foreign policy is on right now with Donald Trump. There you go. Hey, screw you too. Some of you Trump supporters still haven't abandoned the ship. You don't realize that Trump is seen as a joke around the world. You actually think he's some sort of a great guy. It's ridiculous how you people want to look at the media as if it's telling all of us some great thing, that Trump is somehow immune to prosecution, when in fact it is getting hotter for him with the Russian connection. Paul Manafort has already admitted he was a Russian agent. He had to sign a piece of paper to that effect. Yeah, so this is just accelerating. The Russian probe, Bloomberg reports right now, July 3rd, here we are, this is a status. Russian probe accelerates as House committee plans interviews. So this is not going away anytime soon, you Trump tards. This guy admitted he was a Russian agent, working for the Russians, and Donald Trump at the same time. Yeah. The House Intelligence Committee is accelerating its probe of possible collusion between the President Donald Trump's campaign and Russia, with plans to hold closed-door interviews with former campaign officials Michael Caputo and Paul Manafort. So there you have it. No, the New York Times and CNN are both fake news. Why would I care if they apologized? They're working for the CIA, okay? I won't give you the opportunity to post that in the room. When Google News recently said, oh, somehow CNN was justified in laying off the 3 reporters that were working on the story that was proven to be not true. Google News proved that they were totally in the back pocket rather, of this incredible cabal of New World Order Zionists. They're doing the bidding. CNN essentially is doing whatever Jeff Zucker tells them to do. The Ashkenazi Jew that's good friends with all of Donald Trump's Ashkenazi friends. And right now, Jeff Zucker's covering Donald Trump's ass as it heats up in the House. Right now, first of all, the story that CNN suppressed was accurate. And those men were not laid off. They resigned. They all resigned from their job. And the media is painting it out like they were laid off. And the media is painting it out like somehow this is a win for Donald. No, sorry. CNN is a joke, okay? They're owned by a guy who works on the inside of the cabal that we call the New World Order and Zionist control of our government. It's happening right now as we speak. They're controlling the media. That's why they won't let me into the discussion. I don't claim 1 billion viewers. Other people do. Sorry. The CNN producer is admitting that they fabricated the Russian. No, not true. And I'm gonna ask all of you Trump-tards who are saying that to just retract your words, because you're actually lying straight up. You're becoming the fake news. The truth of the matter is, we know for a fact that Russia was trying to get Trump's team to get rid of the sanctions. We know for a fact that Trump's team met 18 times before the election with the Russian operatives, intelligence. We know for a fact that even Ivanka has a friend who's the girlfriend of Vladimir Putin, Wendy Dang. And they met August 16th, way ahead of the election. Look, they don't control anything. Bottom line is, they're losing control. And as this message about the Zionist control of our government spreads farther and farther across the globe, and the word gets out that these people have been hijacked by the monarchy of the past, rebranding themselves as the New World Order, as soon as they realize that, then they're going to know for sure the jig is up. We've already penetrated the mainstream. We're building a media backbone on UHF networks and on our show every night that we do the show. We're already breaking through many different layers of their control. They thought they could hold the American people down by simply censoring everything they said. And I knew this was happening. We have a massive worldwide audience. I'm not making that up. I'm not in any way anything the negative things they're saying. I've got a perfect record. I have no criminality in my background. I have an absolutely stellar background. Not a stitch against me. So anybody saying anything on the dark net is just doing the dirty work of the Illuminati. They're getting paid to do this. They're trying to discredit me because I have made a big dent in this entire picture. Whether you like it or not, these people have very secret and evil goals in mind. Your death is one of them. Our death on this nation is one of them. I've already listened to these people talk about how they want to get rid of 95% of the population. I'm not making it up. People out there just have to listen. People like Ted Turner, openly advocating for the removal of 95% of our population through population control.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there were
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. We're altering the climate and the world in so many different ways. And what we're doing is reducing the Earth's carrying capacity so that each year the natural world gets poorer and less able to support the increasing number of people. We have a finite world, but an infinite ability to increase our population. We've got to stabilize population on a voluntary basis. Everybody in the world's got to pledge to themselves that 1 or 2 children is it. Right. And we've got to do that, because otherwise all the gains that we make in redoing our energy system are going to be erased by population increase.
Okay. What he said was a logical improbability. Number one, he hasn't made any gains at all. People like him gain from us polluting the earth. So, hey, what's going on, man? Oh, pretty good. I'm just finishing up a show. I'll be done in about 15 minutes, so I can give you a call back. All right, talk to you later. Bye. Yeah, so the gains that they've made really are on the backs of the earth, the exploitation of the planet, production, consumption, and they profited, making cheap crap that you bought. Now, we're all complicit in this because we've all bought some cheap stuff in our life, and we continue to do it. But the fact that we're not changing that pathway and that these people still profit, and they don't want to change their ways, they don't want to filter carbon out of the air, they don't want to clean the atmosphere, they want to just dump chemicals in the atmosphere and continue to do it at an alarming rate. They're literally trying to kill off 95% of the population with whatever means possible. Where they've got chemtrail pilots out there, getting all boozed up and dropping chemtrails on our heads. Who knows? We don't know. But these things really do exist, and this isn't some painted picture. This is how your skies are in America today, along with people in Australia and other countries. They're dumping chemicals on a daily basis. And I want to respond to Jeff. Jeff thinks that we should call the news the free press and stop with the media. Jeff, if the free press existed, you would have done 4 or 5 articles about me by now. But you come into our show and you claim that you want to be called the free press. Honestly, I seriously doubt that you would be able to hold on to your job if you did an article about me. You'd be fired in about a week, just so you know. There's nothing free about the free press. It's got a very high price tag, and it's not something you or I can pay. So we're doing it the old-fashioned way. We're using word of mouth, and it is working, but it's going through the world to do it. The American people are completely shunned. The media talks about just a few controlled talking points. They never bring up what's really happening. Okay, Trump investor who spotted... These stories just keep getting better and better. It's ridiculous. Investor who spotted Enron. This is ridiculous. The investor who spotted Enron fraud, Trump infrastructure plan is fake fiscal news. Wow. Okay, so this is a story about the guy who spotted the Enron fraud before it even happened, Jim Chanos. The short-selling investor who was one of the first to spot the fraud that would become the Enron scandal called President Trump's infrastructure plan fake fiscal news in an interview published Friday. Dismissed the idea that Trump's much-touted infrastructure plan would create economic growth. Interesting. Okay. Thanks for that. And Pope Francis gives priests 30 days to... Yeah. I'm not liking that at all. Okay. This is from truthandaction.org. Pope Francis gives priests 30 days to clearly manifest total obedience to the Pope or be excommunicated. Wow. Holy moly. He's having a big shakeup within his organization. This is kind of bizarre. Total obedience to the Pope. He has spent more time campaigning for the liberal agenda than weeding out the liberal transgressors hiding in its midst, assaulting young children. But then again, in Pope Francis's defense, anything that encourages a total breakdown of morals and complete acceptance of for any depraved act is technically part of the liberal agenda. So why would he intervene on behalf of the Lord? Okay. There's a meaning why George Soros has put millions into special interest groups working to convince Catholic Church across the globe that Pope Francis is indeed a worshiper of God and not of Satan. So George Soros is pushing the idea that even though Pope Francis has abdicated his belief in hell, and many people are thinking maybe he's gone to the dark side, George Soros is out there promoting him as a great beacon of hope and a light of truth. Isn't that interesting? The Archdeacon of the Illuminati. Fascinating. Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Very interesting article. Well, I'm getting a little tired of the fact that the news media is so filtered and so unfree. So I'm going to have to be proven by the news media that they are free by getting some sort of a coverage of one article or a couple articles on me other than I'm a fringe, bizarre candidate. That's the only mention of me in the Rolling Stone magazine. They called me a bizarre fringe candidate in 2016. I mean, if that isn't libel, I don't know what is. Okay, at Real Donald Trump, North Korea has just launched another missile. Does this guy have anything better to do with his life? Hard to believe that South Korea, yeah. Well, South Korea is in a very dangerous position. So they don't really want Donald Trump to do anything to mix up the relationship with Kim Jong-un. But nobody wants missiles flying left and right either. they're a little concerned. If this guy thinks he can fly missiles out of the sky, if we shoot them down every time, don't you think that would be a deterrent for him actually to send any missiles at all? Seriously. I mean, if we have the ability to take out the missile with a satellite, why wouldn't we? I don't understand why we haven't taken out North Korea's missiles with satellites. Could someone explain that to me, please? Anybody? That would be swell. Why hasn't Donald Trump fired on one of these missiles and done anything? Okay, we've got people over in Germany liking us. Welcome, Germans. Ja, from Der Spiegel. Guten Abend. No one can figure out why Donald Trump hasn't fired on it. None of you Trump-tards want to pipe in on this? We have the ability to take him out. Why don't we? Hello? You don't have the answer, do you? You don't know why Donald Trump hasn't used the Star Wars defense system to take out the flying missiles coming out of Pyongyang. Now, if Ronald Reagan were president today, he would be moving directly on an attack from North Korea. Say, for instance, one of the missiles got out of the atmosphere and got over here, right around here, and then boom, blast, snap, bang, crackle, gone. What if the Star Wars defense system took it out? Wouldn't it show Kim Jong-un that you cannot send missiles outside of your airspace? Now, why has NORAD and our nation's government at the highest level, at the Pentagon, not used the Star Wars defense system that Ronald Reagan created with the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI? Not one of you Trump-tards can answer my question. That's right, the Star Wars defense system. You know it, I know it, we all know it. It can work, and we can stop this terrible menace.
After uploading that video last night, showing that David Bowie is alive and well playing the character of Jack Stephen, a supposed music industry executive with Fortress Music, I received a few messages from people stating there is a Jack Stephen on VMO. Let's compare the two. One thing I noticed right away, teeth are not the same. I'm going to break this down a little bit here. Then I'm going to play the clips with David Bowie speaking and Jack Stephen, the supposed Jack Stephen from a few years back. Let's take a look at this image here. And this is the Jack Stephen from VMO in that video I'm going to show in a bit. But let's take a look at David Bowie and his teeth here. And that smile. You see no gap whatsoever in these teeth. And look at Jack Stephen, or supposed Jack Stephen, who's nothing more than David Bowie. No gap whatsoever. Unbelievable. I'm going to play some video clips. Again, with Jack Stephen speaking, you can clearly see that gap. I got a little bit of a close-up. You can definitely tell that this character Jack Stephen, and David Bowie's playing that character Jack Stephen, and who knows what happened to the real Jack Stephen, but nonetheless, David Bowie is alive and well, and he showed up on Sky News playing the character.
Hi everybody, it's
Jack Stephen.
I've been asked here as a complete outsider to talk about Dallas's music scene. I have to stress that I am here on vacation, and I'm spending a lot of time in Dallas because I have a girlfriend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53. Girlfriend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53. Friend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53.
First, sum up how you felt this morning when you heard this news.
I was just saying earlier that I actually felt that part of me had died. I mean, I have to say that's how much an influence he is, I think, to me and to thousands and millions of people around the world. And strangely, I'm surprised. I sort of lived through John Lennon's death, Elvis's death, and sadly, this one's affected me more than any other. I mean, it's a very strange thing.
I should say so. I mean, considering we're looking at two different people here. Now, you cannot tell me that this guy is not somebody other than the guy who has damaged teeth. David Bowie is an artful dodger and very much a part of the Illuminati. There was a time in which David Bowie's time in Hollywood was tainted with a weird moment that he claimed was an absolute, thank you, Scissor Fight, that he claimed was an absolute encounter with the devil. I'm not kidding. David Bowie actually had an encounter with the devil. You can look it up. In his mind, it was the devil. And what happened was he was really, really high, allegedly. And he was in this place in Hollywood. And this demon appeared telling him and all this crap, blah, blah, blah. He really believed it happened. In fact, to this day, the same place where that happened, they can't get rid of the dark spot on the pool surface. They tried recovering the pool and everything. It still has this weird dark spot on it. They can't get rid of it. So it's the weirdest thing. But anyway, David Bowie turned into what appears to be like a very dark character in our history because he sided with these Illuminatis and became their puppet singer. And who else would come up with an absolute album, which is really weird, an absolute album one month before he died, he had a CD ready to be released. I mean, who does that? Seriously. So you got to really wonder about the origin of his entire career and how well, this is nested into the connection with the elitists. Now, Jimmy Savile, the alleged pedophile from way back who they say may have murdered children in England, Jimmy Savile, he actually was good friends with none other than the Rolling Stone Mick Jagger. This is so weird. You can see pictures of Jimmy and Mick having fun together in the 70s and 80s. I mean, they were partying all over the place. So all I'm saying is guilt by association. Are these people involved in some satanic ritualistic behavior? That's my biggest question. And did David Bowie fake his death in order to remain alive secretly as this Jack Stephen? And it doesn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. I mean, he was only, 72 years old? He could have easily lived another 30 years. God, I told you to shut up, Mama June. Give it a break, man. Go back to your jacuzzi up there in the apartment where you live. The old ladies are waiting for you downstairs. You like that, MJS? Okay. Deep Purple, Perfect Strangers. Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks, MJS. How pedophiles sexually extort our children online. Another Pizzagate story. Good. Thank you. You guys are entitled to your own views. I'm not trying to deny you your views. Believe me, a lot of you pro-lifers are a little, offended by what I said earlier. I get that. But I'm trying to make sure that little innocent babies don't die except for a tremendous amount of pain, too.
So what can an average person do to fight against child pornography, child abduction, child trafficking? I think there's a lot of things that...
Okay, so when you look at the power of the elitists, and what they're able to do, I have to introduce you briefly to just the whole concept of the Tavistock Institute, which may sound like a weird word to you, but when Germany collapsed, the German psychologists that used to study human behavior opened up an entire field of study in which they began predicting behavior, and they could control our thoughts. So ironically, they worked hard on developing a group in Frankfurt, Germany, in Hamburg, that was an enormous success. And I think you know the group I'm talking about.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of femininity, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series. And what I discovered was that the actual Tavistock Institute took this theme, and they said, we are going to put this into practice. And well before Theo Adorno, who was the creator of the Beatles, arrived in England, he was already well known to Tavistock, and he was offered a facility at Scotland at Gordonstoun School, where the royalty were educated. And as soon as he landed he had to flee Germany because he's tinkering with the minds of children through music. And he was known as the Karl Marx of music, and his theoretical music of composing music was adapted from another musical radical, a guy called Alban Berg, who had challenged the tonality of contemporary traditional music sounds. And Adorno claimed he was on a higher awareness where every music work he composed, he said, was likely to be difficult to understand and shock people. And he called his sound, I think he said, was corrosive and unacceptable. And he adapted it from a strange music that was produced by a cult called the Cult of Dionysus.
Okay, so working with the Cult of Dionysus and the knowledge of human behavior from the top psychologists from the Neo-Freudian era, they managed to understand human behavior so they could start controlling us. So when you hear music like the Beatles' Let It Be, Let It Be, and then you hear their early songs full of hope and opportunity, you see an entire transition of about 9 years in which our nation was turned from hope and inspiration to drug addiction and despair. And guess who did it? The Rolling Stones and the Beatles. Yeah. So then you begin to realize, wow, this could be conspiracy fact. These people could be controlling our media today. They may be paying people like Katy Perry to make songs called Bon Appetit, the newest song Katy Perry has, which is virtually takes her and puts her in flour and serves her up for dinner. It certainly does compare similarly to the spirit cooking that's going on among Abramovich, this woman that was referred to in emails from the WikiLeaks that referred to the DNC and John Podesta and all these people involved in spirit cooking. All of this is very strange, the way it's all interconnected to this power elite. And I talked to you about depopulation. Well, we could very well say that Katy Perry is a mind control victim, but she sings really well and she's got a beautiful, thing going on. You could say that Miley Cyrus has got that going on, and now she's re-engineered her own persona as this country girl, with Malibu, the new song she's out with. So it's like weird the way they're twisting these puppets to do whatever they want them to do, and to make us all think that it's really cool to, like Miley or Katy Perry. And don't forget about the Brady 6 mind control. Happy Hour has a link to the Brady 6 mind control right here. Yeah. We'll get to that a little bit later. Thanks, Happy Hour. All right, so we're out of here. We're going to be playing music for you for the next 4 hours, videos for you, documentaries, all kinds of things that have come into our hit list. But we'll kick it off, first off, with a Deep Purple song called Perfect Strangers. This has been a non-stop effort, folks. We keep going every night. We can't stop because we won't stop. And it's a combination of viewership and interactive linking, doing a show talking about issues that are rather provocative, which makes Conspiracy Monday kind of unusual. Tomorrow is Truth Tuesday. We'll be discussing a lot of the false flags that we've been dealing with, whether terrorism is being engineered by our own government, which is a possible theory that could be true, that false flags are designed to make us fear terrorism, and they're trying to engineer the creation of more military hardware by creating fear of terrorism. It's a very simple concept that could very well be at play here. So should we play Can't Stop? Because we won't stop? Okay. All right, so you guys have a good one. Get some sleep. Rest is the key restorer in your life. If you want health, you really do need your Z's. I'm going to try to get at least 6 hours tonight if I can. I don't get that much sleep, and I need to get more. All right, we'll see you guys later. Thanks for coming in and hanging out and chatting. And I'll be in chatting with the sound of blasts coming through the back door. I got a lot of people in my area blowing off M80s right now. So we'll be back tomorrow night with another great show. Thanks. Take care.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, vote for David Sponheim.
For president. We're gonna dance.